All right. We need the help of the chat room once again. Good morning. Can you hear me? And David, can you hear David? Because I cannot hear David, and I don't know if it's on me or if it's on him. Anyone? Bueller, are you there? And since Paul, it looks like you're the only person here, I'm kind of relying on you. Please quit leaving until I get an answer from somebody. I was asking if you can hear me and you can hear David, but then David left for me to be able to check. So yeah, it's David that I'm worried about, but he doesn't really listen to me. Thank you, Tim. It's David I'm needing to know about, unfortunately, but he just he panics and leaves and doesn't wait for what I need, unfortunately. But it could be on my end, and that's why I needed him to stay. But once again, this is where we are. How's everybody doing this morning? Come on, David. You coming up? You want some airtime? Come on. Can anybody hear David? Because I can't. But if you can, it's on my end. That's what I need to know. Don't do anything yet, David. I need them to tell me whether or not they can hear you. You cannot. David, you need to go into your settings. Actually, just hit your microphone. Or in the settings in the bottom of the tab there, next to the little guy with the plus is settings. Audio. What microphone is it on and is it moving? Yeah. Okay, when you hit the settings button and you've got general camera audio, do you see what I'm talking about?
No, what's that button again?
The settings button. It's next to where you leave the studio. The first one next to the left of that red button. It looks like a cog. Or a little. Do you see what I'm talking about?
Is it down below?
Down below. Do you know the red button where you leave the studio, David?
Oh, that's not where
Okay. In StreamYard, there's a red button where you at least on mine, at the bottom of the screen, there's a red button, big red square. Next to that, the square is the settings button. Press the settings button.
Got it.
Okay, the third tab down, it says General Camera Audio. Hit Audio. What does your microphone say?
First one, it says microphone Scarlet.
Okay, are there other, when you talk, does the green dots move on that?
I don't see green dots.
Yeah, next, like you'll see a microphone on the right and there's like five.
Yeah, no.
Okay, so it's on your end.
Okay, should I change the microphone?
What are your choices when you hit the down arrow?
Microphone default communications.
Use the default microphone.
Okay. Hello.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said after that because I turned your phone down.
It moved briefly. Yeah, can you hear me?
Not one bit. And they can't in the chat room either, so it's not me. Did you do the turn it on, turn it off yet or no? All right, well, do you want me to just hook you up by phone right now?
No, just. Hello.
That's just. I think you hear him through my phone, Big OC. If no one else can hear him, I don't think. Yeah, that's just the phone, guys. Because when I turn it off speaker, you can't. All right, well, we've got 10 seconds, so I don't know what to I don't know what to do.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Glad you could join us on this Wednesday morning. I'm forgetting what darn day it is these days. So there you have it, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Hope your day is starting off well. Thank you so much for starting it with us. Having some technical issues this morning, but what would Miller and Moulton be without the occasional technical issue? So trying to hook up with David via phone because for whatever reason, his microphone is not working. I now have you on the phone, David. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Well, I was good until a few minutes ago, and just like we went through yesterday. Don't know how the two of us can not touch our equipment and have it not work the next day.
Well, things happen. Computers get shut off without us even knowing. So I'm guessing something like that occurred in the last 24 hours. I know I've had a few power glitches in and around the Miller residence. So maybe that's the case in Jacksonville as well. But training camps are full on. The magic numbers now 24-35. The Rays pull out a victory with some runs in the ninth and winning an extra innings. The Red Sox don't lose. The Yankees have a slugfest 2 nights ago and have a pitching duel last night. So the AL East, David, as we now are into August, at least looks like that division's getting fun.
Well, it's also completely separating from the rest of the American League. I mean, it looks like it would take something drastic for the 1, 4, and 5 seeds to be anything other than the first, second, and third place teams in the AL East.
I agree. The only thing I can say is that we've watched Boston come out of nowhere in the middle of this season. We watched Cleveland do it last year and Detroit do it 2 years ago. So I am not going to discount a team going on a big run between now and the end of September.
Oh, no, I'm not discounting the Red Sox being the one. I'm just saying it looks right now as if clearly the 3 best teams in the American League all reside in the East.
No doubt. At this point in time, there's no argument from me, but a big one for the Rays yesterday because look at when the schedule, we say it in football all the time, and I guess at this point in the baseball season, it applies, David. when the schedule maker gives you a win or a series that you have to win, you need to do so. And the Rays, well, Peralta had his first start. He looked the same as he did with the Mets, David. He got banged around. But that guy they got from the Marlins, that team that you abandoned over the weekend, rightly so, David, or on Monday, I should say, well, he delivered. The grand salami out of the catcher Hicks last night, that was big, built the lead for the Rays that they blew. They had to score 2 in the top of the 9th, and then they score a couple more in extra innings. You know, this Junior Caminero guy is pretty good.
Yeah. I think the Rays this offseason need to make one of those big offers like they made Wilmer Flores and, that other teams have done. I think they need to sit down and just try to get him to sign. And if he doesn't, then that tells you maybe you've only got X more years of him, and make your moves accordingly.
No doubt. And look, I hope that the ownership and the city and all of the hurdles that still seem to be there with the city of Tampa can get resolved here quickly, because this was supposed to be done by now. You pointed that out earlier in the week. I mean, we're sitting here in August. This sucker was supposed to be done last month. It's still not done. And that scares the bejibbers out of me, because, David, if I'm ownership and I know I'm getting a stadium, well, then I can put pen and paper in front of Junior Caminero positively and say, I know where my revenues are going to be. I got a pretty good idea of how much money I have and how much money I have to spend. And here's what we're going to give you. And I can build off of you. But without that stadium, how can you as an owner, and I know no one wants to hear this, but how can you as an owner confidently try to sign a player long term?
Well, you can't confidently do anything. I mean, that's just the bottom line. You can't. Now, if I'm the Rays, though, if they are to be believed, it's either Tampa or Orlando. That if Tampa screws this up, Orlando's just waiting patiently, legs folded, arms folded, let us know. And so they'll be a year behind schedule, but they'll just end up moving in 3 years to Orlando. They'll finish out the decade in Tampa, and 2030 will very likely mean hello, Orlando.
Yeah, with other cities, I'll believe it when I see it. And I just don't. I'm not as confident as you that Orlando's just ready to say go. And I don't think Orlando works. Maybe everybody else does. I've never been confident as Orlando as a baseball city. I just haven't.
Well, I don't know how you can be confident in any Florida city,
right,
as a Major League Baseball city. I mean, we think Tampa will work a lot better than St. Pete, but do we know that Tampa will work? I mean, even the stadium's supposed to be about 30 or so thousand, which means if they sold every seat for an entire year, it'd be around 2.5 million. The Dodgers are drawing over 4. The Padres are selling out over 40,000 a night. Maximum attendance is 2.5. So even that's limited revenue, because there's a dozen teams in the league that will surpass that.
Nope, no doubt. And speaking of the Dodgers, Tariq Skubal got his first start as a Dodger last night. Pitched pretty well, but Skubal, he's only going 6. And
they were trailing when they took him out 2-1, and they ended up losing 5-1. 5 losses in a row for the Dodgers, by the way. Good thing they've got a 9-game lead. They also have fallen, I believe, a game and a half behind Milwaukee. And they're only, I think, a half a game ahead of the Braves. So, I mean, the Dodgers are closer to being the 3 seed than the 1 seed right now, I believe, in the National League.
You're absolutely right. But as you mentioned, they're all very, very close. And the Dodgers have had, this is the second little skid they've had this year, I believe. And I mean little skid. So I don't worry too much about the Dodgers. And like David said, big lead in the division. But last night, I couldn't help myself, David. My fandom came out. I'm watching the game, and I'm rooting for the Cubs. I was flat out rooting for the Cubs last night. And I wanted the Tigers to trade Skubal. I did. But I don't want them to win as a Dodger. I can't help it. My fandom comes out.
Mark, it's a perfect storm for you. He loses his debut with the Dodgers, and the Tigers haven't lost since they traded him.
No, they have not. And they're a game and a half back in the wild card, which, boy, the irony of that. If somehow they could squeeze into that, getting rid of Mize and Skubal, and then still be a playoff team, that would be crazy. But I think you're just setting yourself up to lose whoever makes the playoffs. But as we've talked about, this is as average, and that's being kind, of an American League as we've ever seen. The Yankees, the Rays, the Red Sox starting to pull away. But certainly the White Sox and Guardians are not doing a whole lot to hold up their end. In fact, the Guardians are back to 500. The Astros, a couple games above 500. They're the only team in their division that's above 500 right now.
Ridiculous.
It is. It is. And, the National League, there's been some, I don't know about separation, but at least the Diamondbacks have now picked it up to where they're 6 games above 500, holding on to the final playoff spot in the National League. That's a far cry from where the Guardians are in the AL.
No question. I mean, it is possible, not likely. I'd have to imagine that between the Guardians, the Twins, the Tigers, the Orioles, the, Mariners or Rangers, that one of those teams will figure out a way to finish the season with 82 wins. But it is possible that the 6th playoff spot in the American League goes to a team that is not above 500.
It's hell. I mean, look at the Astros have picked it up here, and they look like they're going to pull away. But a week from now, I could be saying, look at the Rangers have caught the Astros again. So all bets are off when it comes to how the American League is going to finish off, with the exception of the AL East. It's the money division. It's always been the money division. And the Red Sox are rising to the occasion here in the second half of the season because they played spectacular. They played record-setting baseball for their franchise during the month of July, the most wins they've ever had in July. And they've picked up right where they left off in August and are giving the Yankees a run for the money. They're just 2 games behind the Yankees in the standings and just 1 in the loss column. So very close there. But training camp underway. We had an injury. Another guy done for the season in the Bucs division. Pass rusher for the Falcons, done for the year. Blew out an ACL yesterday. It's the only thing you keep score of. We also had great news on the Miller and Moulton front from a great friend of the show. Our buddy J.P. Shadrick is now the new voice of the Arizona Cardinals. Could not happen to a better guy. He's paid his dues. He's worked his tail off. A decade being, the guy behind the guy, and over a decade with that in Jacksonville. So very happy for JP, upset for Miller and Moulton as a show because he's now on Pacific time. I don't see a lot of JP Shadrick appearances coming in the near future.
No, that was my mother's sentiment yesterday because she just refers to him as the voice. And I go, well, great news for the voice. And it's even better than most realize. He's replacing Dave Pasch, who left to go to ESPN television full time and gave up his 24-year gig as the radio voice of the Arizona Cardinals. And JP Shadrick is replacing him. And my mom's like, oh, good. You're still going to have JP, right? I'm like, I'm pretty sure he's not going to answer the phone at 5:30 or 6 in the morning. I mean, we're friends, but friendship only goes so far. Besides, people are pounding the table wanting more Arizona Cardinals news.
Well, they play in a division that we care about. I'll say that. Miller and Moulton, great show lined up for you. Seth Everett, Pat Kirwan, John Harris to talk to Texans, starting 25 minutes away.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you can be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. Capecops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real. If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Talk.
Phone.
Well, I'm sorry. I had your mic down. Go ahead.
All right, I'm on settings, I'm on audio. Right now, it doesn't matter what mic I'm on. All three do the same thing. The very first circle flicks, and that's it.
Well, and I think that's because it's bouncing back from me, David.
Yeah, I think so too.
All right. On your computer, David, and I don't know that what you're doing should work in theory, and it's not. Can you go to the settings on your computer? For me, there's the Windows box at the bottom of the computer. It looks like four windows. It's like a window with four panes. Press that. Then that same settings tab, which is like the little, I say cog, screw, whatever you want to call it, wheel, whatever you want to say. Hit settings. Then then you're going to hit system.
Hold on. I can't find settings. Where is it down low?
You hit the window pane and then everything come up. All your if you don't see anything in the top where it says search for apps, type settings. Gear. Thank you, Happy. Yeah, that's actually what I'm looking for.
Okay, a gear icon.
Do you have a search button at the top, David, that says search for app settings and documents? Windows is all pretty much the same, but
Okay, up top, the square.
no, it's a gear. The settings thing is a gear, David.
Down below, I mean, it's the setting. It's the same thing I hit before, but it's the only thing that looks like a gear.
Right. You should be able to find. I want you to do it on your computer, though, not on the app.
I'm sorry. Oh, wait a minute. Manage layouts? That's a gear.
No,
That's on the thing.
no. I don't know what it's the. I can't. I have no other way to describe this for you. I'm trying to get you to go into your computer, not into the.
I know, and I'm trying. I'm literally going on every icon, and none of them are saying settings.
You don't have at the top of your thing for your computer where it says, I mean, when I hit my window pane for all of my apps, right at the very top, it says search for apps, settings, and documents. And you type in settings. I don't know if you can see my screen, but right at the top here, there's this where it's white. That's what you're looking for, but we're out of time. So here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks for being with us on this hump day. We'll get over the hump a little earlier than usual with Seth Everett. He's our first guest today in the 7 a.m. Eastern hour, 6 Central. Pat Kirwan will join us for the first time on his training camp tours. And we don't know where he is. At least I don't.
Well, he was in Buffalo. He was in Buffalo yesterday. So I don't know if he leaves after the show to his next destination or if he spent the night in Buffalo. I listened to a little bit of his show yesterday. Had a couple things to do. Daughter had a little thing yesterday. We had to run her to the doctor. And so I listened to, my daughter loves it, because school's about to start. And my daughter gets so excited on the pickups that she gets to listen to Moving the Chains every day. I know that, all kids, now I know how your kids, and I mean not you, David, but our audience, that a lot of you have kids that are grown now, but some of you have, told us that your kids were part of, some of your kids listen now because they listened as teenagers or preteens when you were picking them up and driving them to school in the morning or picking them, even going back to our first act in the afternoons. But my daughter has no idea that Pat Kirwan comes on our show. She knows that he's the host of Moving the Chains because it's on in my car when I pick her up from school damn near every day. But he was in Buffalo yesterday. I'm guessing from Buffalo he's going to Pittsburgh just based on where he's heading. I'm sure, I don't know if he's going to sit down with Aaron Rodgers, but I don't know if Aaron Rodgers has anything against Sirius XM. He certainly does against ESPN. Holy cow. I know you didn't see it, David, but have you seen or heard or read of the clips from Aaron Rodgers' interview on the Pat McAfee show?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, he eviscerated ESPN. And McAfee doesn't squirm much. McAfee doesn't really care what's happening. But he seemed to be squirming in that interview. Like he was uncomfortable. And I don't see many times when McAfee's uncomfortable. In fact, he likes to make others uncomfortable. I mean, that's what he does on game day. Fowler and Herb Street are are usually a moment away, or Reese rather, in Herb Street, are a moment away from it being cringeworthy. So it was, to me, interesting to say the very least. But if you haven't seen it and you want to, and it's not something that everybody likes. McAfee's not for everyone, and Aaron Rodgers sure isn't for everyone. But I found it amusing at the very least.
If you're a network, could you risk hiring him when his career's over? Because you literally don't know what he's going to say. And networks like it when they think you're going to be within a certain box. Like, we don't know what Barkley's going to say. That's part of the success of that show. We don't really know what Shaq's going to say either. We don't know what McAfee's going to say. But if you're hiring him to be an analyst or to be on the NFL Today, can you hire him?
Well, here, first, I don't know. Yeah, I would, but I don't know if you're a network if you could, David. And here's why. Just having a little fun there. That's kind of been a thing of Miller and Moulton for 20 years. But one, I don't know how much he likes football. Like, I'm not being a jerk here. I don't know, I actually believe that Troy Aikman loves the sport of football. I believe that the whole crew that are on these, whether it's the old Fox show, the people they're replacing them with, I think they all love football. I don't think football's in the top 5 things of importance in Aaron Rodgers' life. So where am I putting him? I think he could be an analyst because he obviously understands the game. Being a quarterback, could do it as an analyst. I don't know if he'd be interested in that. The studio show, is he really interested in what you're talking about? He seems to have his own agenda of what's important to him. And right. I don't know how much of it's football, David.
But it's stealing money.
Right.
I mean, stealing money. And you fly in whenever you want on Saturday. I mean, Tony Dungy used to fly in to Sunday night football on NBC on Sundays. I'd be in the airport with him numerous times. Hey, Tony, heading to New York? Yep. What do you think of the game? I mean, so it was like a 24-hour thing out of either Tampa or Indianapolis, wherever I meet up with him.
No, I hear you. It's just I'm not arguing with your point of stealing money. I guess the first thing I'd have to find out is, does he have any interest? And if he did, because I think the way that he thinks and how he talks, I would much rather have him on a studio show than as an analyst. Because it's not baseball, if you know what Kruk can go do an inning and a half on whatever the reality show, fiance, marriage, wedding show he was talking about there for an inning in baseball. And it can work. One of the beautiful things about a baseball broadcast is that the announcers can go off on a 20-minute tangent and it can be really enjoyable. I don't think that works in a football broadcast at all. I think it's the one sport that you kind of got to do the game. So where would he be best? On a studio show.
I agree. And he's tight with Tomlin. He went to the Steelers last year because of Tomlin. Tomlin walks away. Where does he go? Studio show NBC. How many people think Tomlin's going to stay out of coaching for a long time? Or does he just do 1 year and come back wherever? And so if he's just a 1 year at NBC, well, the obvious phone call when he gives his notice is to call Rogers. And he'll get, a complete scouting report as to what the job entails, what I know you'll like, what I know you won't like from Tomlin, because he'll be replacing him.
No, and I think that's honestly, David, I think that's the perfect landing spot, because the Sunday night slot is a little different than the hour shows on CBS and Fox leading into the 1:00 games. There's a little more room. Now, where would it be perfect? To be brutally honest, David, it would be perfect on Amazon, where he could just do what he wants and there would be more of a carte blanche. But I don't see, after yesterday, I don't see a marriage with ESPN on Monday Night Football. Let's just at least say that one's probably out. But I could see Amazon or NBC. I could see, to be brutally honest, David, maybe if I'm Netflix, I'm probably trying to get him now for my handful of games. Hey, I just need you a couple times a year. Here's your $2 million. Show up, the day after Thanksgiving, the day after Christmas. You don't care about those holidays anyhow. They're fake, just like everything else you think is. It's a conspiracy. I mean, you could convince him anything. Just come run and go nuts. Miller and Moulton, our fantasy football summit is coming up on Tuesday. Go to millerandmoulton.com to sign up, and it's at the Doubletree Hotel in the Bell Tower Shops, where Shoeless Joe's is, Dr. Roto, dinner, and all of the fantasy advice you can shake a stick at. Wanted to get that in today. That was my goal, and I did. The starting five, shake a stick at that. It's next.
The Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512. Fantasy football season is here, and there's only one place to get the edge. Join Miller and Moulton for the Dr. Roto Fantasy Football Summit at Shoeless Joe's Sports Cafe in Fort Myers. Get championship-winning draft strategies, sleeper picks, busts to avoid, and answers to all of your fantasy questions from one of the nation's top fantasy football experts, Dr. Roto. Whether you're playing for bragging rights or big money, don't draft without this event. The Dr. Roto Fantasy Football Summit at Shoeless Joe's Sports Cafe in Fort Myers. Sign up today, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
All right. Now on that, after you hit that window pane button that I sent you the picture of, did you hit that?
Yes. And I'm on the full screen.
Right.
And
settings should be on that screen. If not, on the very top in the white, you will see search for apps, settings, and documents, or apps, whatever, and documents. Type in settings. Just type the word settings. It should come up. You have an app for settings. It looks like a gear.
Right. I clicked on it.
Okay. After you click on settings, you're going to click on
sound.
Yes. System.
Okay.
System, not sound. Yeah, sound. Click on sound.
Okay.
Your input, you've got microphone there.
Yes.
Okay, when you speak, you should see volume under that, and it should be moving. If it's not moving, your microphone is not working.
All right. My microphone is not working. Huh.
Do you see the volume? Like, do you see the? I have 3 input choices for my microphone.
Okay. I have microphone. Volume's 100%. Choose a device for speaking or recording.
Yeah. Okay. Choose a device. Okay. You shouldn't. Yeah. What are the choices below that, David?
Output and input.
Okay. What's the input? You might need to pair a new input device because I have microphone choices under my input. I have 3 microphone choices. Is there anything with an arrow down where it says choose a device for speaking and recording? Mine says microphone. Right now, the arrow is up.
Mine says all sound devices, meaning I can turn things on and off, troubleshoot. Then I have volume mixer and more sound settings.
What's under the input? There is where it says choose a device for speaking or recording. What is to the right of that?
I don't. That's okay. It says advanced. Oh God! Now it's trying to troubleshoot.
Lori, I understand where you're coming from. That's not going to happen right now. Okay, I'm having enough problems. I understand you're trying to help, but we are dealing with someone who doesn't have the best technological skills. So having him try to share his screen with me right now ain't going to happen in a minute 30. Okay, one thing at a time.
There's input.
Input. So there's what is there?
Yes, there's microphone.
Okay, hit microphone.
Okay.
Do you have something that says add new device, or do you have microphone choices?
Okay, audio, allow apps and Windows to use this device for audio.
I don't know what that is. I want under microphone. I want add device. It says pair new input device, add device. Is that a possibility?
Microphone test.
Yeah, do that.
0.
Yeah, test the microphone. I don't know because it sounds like your microphone's not even plugged in.
No, I know.
So I would unplug your microphone, plug it back in, turn your computer off.
Okay, I just did that.
So there's nothing there for input. There's no choices.
Hold on. The microphone test is beginning to add volume. Hello.
It's not
I'm doing
working.
this for the test.
It's not. We're back.
Hello,
We're back
hello.
in 10 seconds.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Seth Everett an hour from now. Pat Kirwan, a little over an hour from now. Our magic numbers, 24 and 35, 24 days until the start of the college football season. 35, 5 weeks tonight. The Seahawks host the Patriots. Super Bowl rematch. First game of the 2026 season. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. here is the starting five.
And we'll begin with baseball. Rays were trailing by 2 in the ninth, and they got a 2 RBI hit from Jonathan Aranda. Tied it at 7, and then scored 2 in the 11th. And the Rays beat the Rockies in Colorado 9-7 and 11. Tampa Bay continues to lead the East by 3.5. Yankees got 2 solo homers, one from Jazz Chisholm, and then making his major league debut, George Lombard Jr. hit a solo homer. And the Yankees beat the Cardinals 2-0 to remain 3.5 back. Red Sox have won 6 in a row. Bombed the White Sox 14-2. They got a slam from Durbin, and they got 2 homers from Abreu. 14-2 Red Sox. They remain 5.5 back of the Rays, and just 2 back of the Yankees, and only 1 back in the loss column. Mets beat the Guardians 6-2. Guardians fall back to 500. They're still the 6th seed, but they're also 3 back of the White Sox for first in the Central. Twins are getting beat up by the Royals. That's not part of the plan. But Bobby Witt Jr. comes off the injured list, 3 hits, 2 RBIs. Kansas City 8-2 over Minnesota. Twins are 1 back of the Guardians for the final playoff spot. Detroit has not lost since trading their elite pitching. They won 4 in a row. They beat Seattle 8-0. They're a 1.5 back of the Guardians for the final wild card spot. To the National League now. Braves double up the Marlins 4-2. Albies and Riley each hit homers. Miami 2 back for the final playoff spot of Arizona. Arizona lost to San Diego 9-4. Machado with 4 RBIs for the Padres. San Diego just 1 back of the Diamondbacks for the final playoff spot. Those 2 wrap up their series later today. Phillies have won 4 in a row. They shut out the Nats 5-0, who have lost 6 in a row. Phillies right now are comfortably the 5 seed in the National League. Pirates fall below 500. Brewers beat them 4-2. Pittsburgh 3.5 behind Arizona for a playoff spot. Dodgers have lost 5 in a row. Cubs beat them 5-1. Cubs trail the Brewers by 5.5 in the Central, and they're the number 1 wild card in the National League. They're the 4 seed by 4 games over the Phillies. Houston got back on the winning side of things, beat Toronto 7-2, lead the West by 2.5. Texas snapped the 6-game skid, beat the Giants 5-4. That's the team that's 2.5 behind the Astros. Not only are the Tigers just a 1.5 back in the wild card chase, so are the Orioles. Baltimore 3-1 over the Angels. 3 games below 500, but just a 1.5 back of the Guardians for the 6th seed. And finally, the Reds scored 2 in the 8th, both on wild pitches, to beat the A's 5-4. NFL news. Carson Beck named the starter tomorrow night for Arizona in the Hall of Fame game against Carolina. Doesn't look like Brissett's going to play at all. Meanwhile, we mentioned it earlier, speaking of the Arizona Cardinals, they have a new radio play-by-play voice. It's our buddy J.P. Shadrick. Spent 14 years with the Jaguars, but now he's going to Arizona, replacing 24-year veteran Dave Pasch. Good for JP. His last day with the Jags is Friday. Where else are we going? How about college football? Well, actually, wait a minute. I got good news and bad news in the NFL. Good news, Bears right tackle Darnell Wright signed a 4-year, $119 million extension. Now he still has 2 years left on his rookie deal before the 4-year, nearly $30 million a year, 93 of it guaranteed before that kicks in. And bad news for the Falcons once again. Edge rusher Jalon Walker tore his ACL. Hit 5.5 sacks last year as a first-round pick. Remember, his teammate and the other edge, James Pierce, had double-digit sacks, but he's suspended for violently threatening his former girlfriend. So the Falcons, who finally got a pass rush for the first time in 10 years, yeah, they may have just lost it. College football now. AP Top 25 came out. SEC with 9 teams, Big 10 with 8, Big 12 with 4, ACC with 3, and then there's Notre Dame. Ohio State, number 1 in the preseason AP poll for the first time in 11 years. That was 2015. They had won the Natty the year before. A lot of people think the 2015 team was better, but Michigan State upset them at the shoe, and they went and won the Big Ten title. They made the playoff. The Buckeyes didn't. Oregon, number 2 in a close vote. Georgia 3, Texas 4, Notre Dame 5, Indiana 6, Miami 7, and then 4 SEC teams in a row. A&M, Oklahoma, Ole Miss is 10, Bama 11. My, how the times have changed.
Which one ends up with a worse record or ends up, further down in the poll or out of the poll? Ole Miss or Alabama?
Ole Miss.
Okay. By the way, Indiana received more first place votes than anyone not named Ohio State. They were 6th in the poll, but they had twice the first place votes of the next closest team, which was Georgia.
Well, and one more Indiana note. One of their fine defensive linemen from last year, Stephen Daly, now that you can get 5 years, well, he's going to come back and play for the Hoosiers this year. How the rich can somehow get richer.
And how ironic is it when you say the rich can get richer and you're actually talking about Indiana?
Football, not basketball. Unreal. And finally, I'm not into him, what he does or what he did, because Brock Lesnar officially retired. Announced it on that same show that Aaron Rodgers made his diatribe on. And he's 49. He was like a 10-time WWE champion, won UFC titles. Brock Lesnar calling it a day on the Pat McAfee show. And at 12 minutes before the hour mark, that was your starting 5 big stories you needed to know here on Miller and Moulton.
So the coaches poll, I'm always fascinated by that. And I understand that a lot of you say preseason rankings don't matter. And in theory, you should be right. But here's where you're not. They set the tone for the entire year. And I think there are certain schools you have to pay attention to where their preseason rankings are. For instance, I have been pounding the table. Now, look, I think you could make an argument that Notre Dame has the best roster in college football. They're right there with the Ohio States and the Texans. They are. This is a team that's loaded. But their schedule is relatively easy. And because of that, and the new rule that if they're in the top 12, they're in. Anybody think they're not going to be undefeated when they play I think they got BYU first. But if they beat BYU, and I think they're going to, so they're going to play Miami, they're going to be undefeated. I don't see a way, even if they lose that game and perhaps lose to SMU, that they drop out of the top 12. Whereas another school trying to make that run, the preseason rankings matter.
Well, an interesting person chimed in on that subject. Mike Golick Sr. And he believes Notre Dame has to go 11-1 to make the playoffs. He thinks 10-2, just like last year, they're out.
We'll see. We'll see. But this is where I think preseason rankings matter, because the coaches don't deviate much, as we found, once the season begins. You win, you stay where you are. If you lose, you go down below the next guy that's undefeated, and so on and so on. But outside of the Big Ten and the SEC, you add in Notre Dame, obviously. Miami at 7, that's your top ACC team. Texas Tech, that's your top Big 12 team. BYU is 15th. That's your next closest team from either of those conferences. SMU is 20, Utah 21, Clemson 23, and Houston is 24. So those are the teams that are not from the big boy conferences, the SEC and the Big Ten, that are in the top of the, or in the top 25 in the poll. So I think that they matter far more than they should. Far more. Miller and Moulton have said for the longest time that these polls shouldn't even happen until mid-October. We understand why they do happen, but they shouldn't happen until mid-October. But you got to get clicks, you got to get articles, you got to get people looking at your pages, and these will do that. And come on now, we all know that coaches aren't doing these polls. They may do this one, but past week 1, their job's to take care of their team. You're telling me the USC coach has any clue that Lincoln Riley's aware of what Houston's doing? Come on. That's a joke. And I'm not just picking on Lincoln Riley. I'm just making a point. It's not his job to know what's going on. They don't play Big 12 teams. Why would he care what Houston's doing? He cares about Big 10. Like, he could rank the Big 10. I think he'd have a really good idea. Even the teams that he doesn't play, based on who he does play. They're watching film. They're paying attention to, every one of their opponent's games. But beyond that, come on. Let's be realistic here. Miller and Moulton, Hump Day edition. Seth Everett coming up next hour. Pat Kirwan was at Bill's training camp yesterday. I don't know if he's still in Buffalo. I really don't. We'll find out. Pat Kirwan pulling his Willie Nelson on the road. We'll talk to Pat at 8 o'clock. And John Harris does a great job covering the Houston Texans. He will join us at the bottom of the 8 o'clock hour. The Fantasy Football Summit, less than a week away. It's Tuesday the 11th. Doubletree Hotel in the Bell Tower shops. Go to millerandmoulton.com to sign up. millerandmoulton.com. Dr. Roto Fantasy Football Summit. You get dinner. You get Dr. Roto and a great night talking ball. Miller and Moulton's Fantasy Football Summit, Tuesday the 11th.
Fantasy football season is here, and there's only one place to get the edge. Join Miller and Moulton for the Dr. Roto Fantasy Football Summit at Shoeless Joe's Sports Cafe in Fort Myers. Get championship-winning draft strategies, sleeper picks, busts to avoid, and answers to all of your fantasy questions from one of the nation's top fantasy football experts, Dr. Roto. Whether you're playing for bragging rights or big money, don't draft without this event. The Dr. Roto Fantasy Football Summit at Shoeless Joe's Sports Cafe in Fort Myers. Sign up today, millerandmoulton.com. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
The
sound.
Floormeisters just doesn't sell Core-Tech and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with McWilliams Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move, from pricing your home to negotiating the best deal. I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table.
This is Miller and Moulton.
David, if you can, you're going to have to take yourself off speakerphone because it sounds like you're in a cave, and I can hear everything you press. You shut something. I mean, it's a tough listen with that going on. Oh, okay. Now he's out. Oh, that did it.
Hello.
Are you I'm sorry, I turned the phone down. I don't know what you're doing. So I now I've got you on the phone. I mean, obviously you're not up. So what's up? Adam, by the way, great picture. Thank you for sending that. That was impressive. How was the show, Adam?
God damn it. Stop.
I don't know who you're yelling at, I don't know if you're yelling at me, but
Yes, I just tried to click.
David, I didn't do a damn thing, okay? So don't yell at me. I didn't do anything. I've not touched anything.
Right. All right. I'm sorry.
All right?
I'm very
You
sorry.
want to curse at me, go ahead, but I didn't do a damn thing. I'm trying hard. I'm trying really hard.
I said 4 times, I'm sorry.
We're back in 20 seconds, so I don't know what we can do, what you want to do, but I can't have you on speakerphone.
Fine.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Thanks for joining us. Fantasy Football Summit. A little less than a week away. And David's having some technical difficulties, and it looks like he just quit for the day. That's about all I know. We had him on phone. I told him we can't do speakerphone, and he hung it up. So I have no idea if David's coming back today or not. Got to be brutally honest. I apologize to the audience. It's difficult at times to try to fix someone else's computer from your house when they can't help you with what it is that's going on. So I greatly apologize for where the show's at. We'll get through the next couple of segments here. Seth Everett, bottom of the hour, and Pat Kirwan coming up at 8 o'clock. John Harris will join us at 8:38 to talk about the Texans as we finish our run through the AFC South. We'll start the AFC East tomorrow and start getting into other divisions after that. Kind of wanted to do the 3 divisions that have Florida teams first, and then we'll more than likely attack the NFC East, the NFC North, the AFC North, and then really all we can do is probably Kansas City. Now, ironically, I can get us an Arizona Cardinals preview, but we may have to tape that the night before. As we've mentioned a couple of times, our good friend JP Shadrick has been finally got a gig. He was up for a couple. He thought he had one earlier this year, ended up getting the Arizona Cardinals play-by-play job. Could not be happier for JP. So I was getting into the polls, and I'm trying to ask the question today. When you look at this poll, who do you think is overrated? Like the SEC has, 9 teams in the top 25. Well, that's kind of the way we've done this now. The coaches from the Big Ten and the coaches from the SEC, they can argue over who's best. And Kurt Signetti gave us great sound when he talked about the "we don't whine" thing. I think that's kind of funny because I think that the Big Ten fan whines, but for the last 3 years, they haven't had to. They've won natties. Michigan, the Buckeyes, Indiana. So they don't have to. They don't have to whine about anything. They're on top right now. So I don't know how long that lasts. We had talked about this. Now that everybody can pay people, the Big Ten's in. It just mattered more when it was cheating. And the SEC did it better than anyone else. They did. You may not want to hear that, SEC fan, but you did. You were good at it. And now that it's above board, the Indianas of the world are paying kids. And I'll be damned. They've got a little bit of money. But I'm trying to figure out where the overrated teams are early. Who are the top 10 teams that, top 12 teams that may not even end up in the rankings when it's all said and done? And it's, when you look at the three top Big Ten teams, Ohio State, Oregon, Indiana, most everybody sees those rosters as being pretty damn good. And we just mentioned Indiana got a fifth-year player back, so their roster somehow, some way in August got better. Texas spent the most money. I think they have the most pressure on them, but if Texas doesn't make the playoff, I'll fall over. Georgia, another expensive roster with a good team and a quarterback that maybe he'll never be an NFL guy, but Gunnar Stockton can play on Saturday. He's proven it. But who are the teams? A&M, I think they're propped up a little bit. The fact that A&M is the third highest ranked SEC team in this poll, that's a bit of a surprise to me. If you look at the line of scrimmage and all of the players on both lines that ended up getting drafted, that's difficult to replace. So I have question marks on A&M. Their quarterback returns, how good is he? So when A&M is my first question mark. Like, I think Oklahoma at 9 can be a team that really can challenge for an SEC title. If Mateer's the real deal and he comes back from that injury and can play, then I like Oklahoma. A brutal schedule. I'm trying to figure out who I'm putting in my natty right now. And I've been pounding at that for a couple of weeks, just trying to figure out who, if you're going to go chalk, you got to take a Texas or a Georgia. Texas is supposed to be the team. I think Notre Dame's got a really good football team. But then I'm leaving out the Big Ten entirely? How can you do that 3 years in a row? As Fitz points out, Miami's ranked 7th. Now, I think Miami will be a top 10 team. I think that their roster is really good. But to the point Fitz makes in the chat room, pass rush not going to be as good. There's no way. Their offensive line doesn't seem like it will be as good. Look at all the players drafted from Miami early in the draft. Tackles, defensive linemen. You don't just replace same there. Even with the portal and NIL, it's difficult to do. So to look for the overrated team, because we all can, at the end of the year can look back and say, well, this team was top 10, didn't even get it. Florida State a couple of years ago or last year fell apart. I get it. So, but Oklahoma, to me, they're ranked about right, and I think their potential's there. Like, I think Ole Miss and A&M are ranked a bit too high. Ironically, I think Alabama in the weeds is an interesting pick, but Matt Moscona thought they were terrible, thinks they're an 8-4 team. Said it on the show. Texas Tech, their schedule is so damn easy, and even losing Sorsby, the quarterback, I don't see how they don't walk through the Big 12. They have it. This is made for them to get to the Big 12 title game. When you look at Texas Tech this year and the schedule that they've got, if they're not in the Big 12 title game, oh my goodness, did things go wrong? Because they're paying a lot for this roster. They have Houston early at home on a Friday. They host Arizona, who should be good, and they host TCU at the end of the year. They don't play Utah. They don't play BYU. Texas Tech's playing for the Big 12 title. And Sark was right. Not that I don't know if he could win with his second and third stringers, but Sark was right when he talked about this schedule. It's no fault of Texas Tech. The odd non-conference is. I mean, Abilene Christian, Sam Houston State, and at Oregon State, it's a joke. But then again, so's Indiana's. This is the method. Until proven otherwise, why would you not schedule this way? Because if you're Indiana or Texas Tech, now hear me out here. If you're a fan of those teams, do you really care that they're not playing anybody? See, now if believe it or not, if I'm a Georgia, Florida, and I get that, Florida plays Florida State, Georgia plays Georgia Tech. If I'm Ohio State, even if I'm Michigan, I want a better game. I do. You know why? We have a rich history of being not good at football, but great at football. Indiana's never been worth a damn. Those fans right now just enjoy wins. Their time spent on campus on Saturday, whether it's Sam Houston State, Abilene Christian, or Sisters of the Poor, they don't care. They don't have a problem putting butts in seats. Now, I actually think when you look at and I say this, and I think I've got reason to, because this year, and I know the Gators have been off, and I'm excited about the Florida Gators season. But I mentioned I went to the Georgia-Florida game last year. And in order to do so, I needed to download the Florida Gator app, and that's how I got my tickets. And because of that, oh my goodness, am I getting emails. Florida's got a ticket problem. At least it appears that way with the number of emails I was getting from the athletic department trying to get me to buy tickets. So I think it does matter at certain schools, but I don't think it matters at Indiana or Texas Tech. Not right now. 5 years from now, will it matter? Possibly. And until strength of schedule has more to do with making the playoffs than the number in the column on the left, why wouldn't you schedule this way? I don't blame I don't like it. I'd prefer to have better games. The start of the season, I've told you before, you've got about one game a day, Labor Day weekend. The next weekend, you've got two good games. I mean, there's not a lot of meat on the bone for us as fans of college football. But the majority of you are fans of your team. We've got a diehard Auburn fan in the chat room. I think Auburn just wants to get a couple of wins under their belt and get ready for that Florida game. Now, they have Baylor, so they've got a little bit more of a contest than what Florida plays. And maybe even Florida this year. Hey, we'll take Campbell and whatever the hell else we got on the schedule because we've just got to get ready for Auburn week 3. And Texas last year missed the playoffs. Why? They played Ohio State and lost. If they would have played a Big 12 school and throttled them, they're in the playoffs. So it's hard to convince a coach whose longevity requirements are making the playoffs at these universities to schedule big games. And until we put a 9-3 team in, and I really believe that this year has that possibility. I think the 9 conference games in the SEC will help that. I think that the noise from the SEC that's already started will help that. And I think that this is the year that we finally have a 9-3 team in the playoffs. We'll see if David rejoins the show. It's 50-50 right now. I have no idea. I was left hanging during the last break and yelled at. So you just take it with a grain of salt and you move on, and we'll try to figure this out. I do know Seth Everett's going to join us at the bottom of the hour. Pat Kirwan, the top of the 8 o'clock hour. John Harris to talk the Texans, the bottom of the 8 o'clock hour. So we've got a heavy guest list ahead. We've got magic numbers and the best number 35 to get after. and a fantasy football summit coming on Tuesday. Sign up, millerandmoulton.com.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with McWilliams Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move, from pricing your home to negotiating the best deal. I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table.
This is Miller and Moulton.
And I appreciate all you guys. You guys make the show go. I don't know if you can hear me down there, David, but it says your mic is not connected. That's great, Governor. Can't wait to see you. Thank you.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Thanks so much for making us part of your morning this morning. Seth Everett coming up in about 15 minutes' time. Pat Kirwan will join us at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. John Harris, a little more than an hour from now to talk Houston Texans as we get to the final team that we will discuss in what could be a very interesting AFC South. I think as interesting of a division as there is in football this year, I don't think it's the best division by any stretch of the imagination. But I do think it's incredibly interesting. I think Houston's obviously the favorite, but what does Jacksonville bring to the table this year? You know, they think they're the smartest kid in the room. A lot of you say that when it comes to Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers always thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. And I agree with that, by the way. But the Jags, Liam Cohen and company, the way they handled the draft, how they handled the offseason, they think they know what they're doing. And a lot of people out there wondering if that team won. I'm not asking them to repeat what they did last year, but I do think if they're a playoff team, they're going to have to prove it. They are going to have to prove it. 24-35, the magic numbers. 24 days away from the start of the college football season, 35 days away from the beginning of the National Football League season. So we will give you the 35s today. And I'm actually going to start in football because there's not a lot there. I mean, really and truly, you got Arenas Williams, the cornerback from Arizona. Went to the Hall of Fame. 3-time All-Pro. Great player. You got Calvin Hill, running back from the Cowboys. Played through the 70s. Good player. Neil Anderson with the Bears. I mean, but I'm looking through the 35s. This is not a great list of NFL. But I do think at the top of the list, when you look at the 35s, you got to go hooping. You got to go hooping. Kevin Durant. That's your 35 of note, if you ask me. A couple other good NBA players wore 35. But, you know, I remember Phil Hubbard in the 80s for the Cavs. I liked him. Good player, but not a great player. Some pretty solid tenders in the NHL wore 35. Mike Richter was a 35. Pekka Rinne from Nashville, a 35. Andy Moog, who played with Edmonton and Boston, Dallas, Montreal, really good player. Jimmy Howard for the Wings, helped them win some cups. John Sebastian Grier, played for a few teams, excellent goaltender. Tom Barrasso with Pittsburgh, another excellent goaltender. But when you're talking goalies and 35s, I got to go old school with you. Lucky enough, one time in my life to have drinks with this guy. Tony Esposito. Tony was obviously a great Blackhawk, an unbelievable goaltender. I will never forget, it's my first year working professional hockey. And the team that I worked for, which was the top affiliate of the Lightning, the Atlanta Knights. And we had an extensive television package, which minor league hockey teams didn't have back then. And we were on Sports South Cable. And Sports South Cable, I think at the time, was like the third biggest sports cable television channel in the country. MSG was bigger. There was one other, and I want to say it was the LA Sports Channel, what was bigger. But Sports South was in a lot of homes, in a lot of states. And Kenny Double was our play-by-play guy. And he had worked for the Indiana Pacers. He had done some hockey in the IHL and got the job. He was very good. He was great to me. And we had a salesman by the name of Bruce Burge who was tremendous. But Bruce promised the world to our clients. So we had more live reads, and having worked, having worked with David, watched him work and watched Vern get all the live cards. Kenny just didn't want to do all the live reads with everything else. So they put me on. And initially, all I did was read cue cards. It was really all I did for the first, probably 5 broadcasts. And then Kenny let me do a little more hockey. And then as we got going, they didn't even have me on camera initially. Then I got on camera, and then I was a part of the crew. So early on, we're in Milwaukee. They had a team, the Milwaukee Admirals. They may still be there. And after the game, the GM, the coach, me, Kenny Double, meet at the bar with Tony Esposito. And I'll never forget it as long as I live, because I'm in awe. It's Tony flipping Esposito, and I'm having drinks with him. And I just sipped my beer. I was so scared to drink quickly and get in trouble. I had probably 2 beers to Tony's 10, and he was drinking cocktails. And the more he drank, the more he talked. And so he started talking about players that were his Tampa players and what they were doing wrong. And I'll never forget, because he threw my buddy under the bus and said, he drinks too much, he parties too much, as he's knocking one drink out after the other. And I'm sitting to myself going, pot, kettle? But for me, I was just sitting there in awe. I talk for a living. I talked then. I don't know if I said 2 words the whole night. I just sat there and soaked it all in, going, I am sitting having drinks with Tony Esposito. Does life get any better than this? So that's my Tony Esposito story. Obviously, a couple of baseball guys out there. Frank Thomas wore 35, and Ricky Henderson in his early days with the Oakland Athletics wore 35. Phil Niekro wore 35 with both the Milwaukee and Atlanta Braves. And so those are your 35s in baseball, or at least the big ones. 35 days away from the start of the National Football League season. But yeah, Kevin Durant, that's number 1 to me. Tony Esposito, Ricky Henderson, Frank Thomas. You can put those in any order that you want. All Hall of Famers, all unbelievable talents in their respective sports. A bunch of tenders. Nikolai Habibulin was another 35. I watched him play when he was with the Russian Red Army team and saw him play in person, and was character as well. So those are your 35s. 35 days away from Seattle and New England. We'll get into the NFL with Pat Kirwan coming up in about 30 minutes time. As Pat joins us from training camp, he was in Buffalo yesterday. Listen to their interview with Josh Allen. We'll talk about that. I know he talked to Joe Brady as well yesterday. In fact, was talking to him in the morning, and that's why he couldn't come on with us. So we'll get Pat. I think he's on his way to Pittsburgh. Seth Everett coming up in a couple minutes' time. A reminder, the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line is open. 21,000, the number. As someone did text in, Nikolai Habibulin. I loved Habibulin because I watched him play in an exhibition game and just get pummeled with shots. He ended up getting the third star of the game. He stopped like 57 shots, and his team lost 3-1 or something like that. He was unbelievable. And when they brought him out for the star of the game, he didn't know, like the players go out and do their little wave. He did an entire lap on the ice. And as he continued his lap, the crowd got louder and louder. He didn't know what he was supposed to do. And people just thought it was awesome. And Hobby Bullen, I don't know if he remembers it, but I sure do. Fun night watching Nikolai Hobby Bullen back in the day. Seth Everett coming up. A reminder, our Fantasy Football Summit is next Tuesday night, the 11th. You can join us at the DoubleTree Hotel in Fort Myers. Sign up right now. MillerandMoulton.com. MillerandMoulton.com. That's where you sign up. Dr. Roto, the guest speaker, one of the premier fantasy football voices in the country, to answer your questions. Seth Everett next. Fantasy football season is here, and there's only one place to get the edge. Join Miller and Moulton for the Dr. Roto Fantasy Football Summit at Shoeless Joe's Sports Cafe in Fort Myers. Get championship-winning draft strategies, sleeper picks, busts to avoid, and answers to all of your fantasy questions from one of the nation's top fantasy football experts, Dr. Roto. Whether you're playing for bragging rights or big money, don't draft without this event. The Dr. Roto Fantasy Football Summit at Shoeless Joe's Sports Cafe in Fort Myers. Sign up today. MillerandMoulton.com.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Meisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and fast.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Good call, Tim. My bad. I missed him. My morning kind of got scattered here when things don't work and trying to fix that. So it is what it is. My apologies. Hi, Seth. I got to unmute your mic there. There you go.
Hi there.
How are you?
I'm okay. Isn't technology grand?
Well, it does.
David, talk again.
3, 2, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Pat Kirwan in 30 minutes time. And because Pat Kirwan is at 8 o'clock this morning, we had to make a little change and move Seth Everett up. He's that good of a guy. He allows us to change his schedule at a moment's notice. Seth Everett joining us on Miller and Moulton with his Arsenal shirt on this morning. Good morning, Seth. How are you? Big game day. It's not a friendly?
It's a friendly.
Okay.
It's a friendly, but it's fun. It's on Fubo. Fubo has the game. And they're in Ireland. They play Real Betis. 2:30. Your guess is as good as mine.
Real Beatrice. Who's
Patrice? Patrice.
Okay. Patrice Bergeron. Good team.
Yes. Yeah, but it's something for the afternoon. Yeah.
Question: does the result of a friendly matter at all in a fan's mind, in the standings? Does this matter at all, or is this strictly preseason exhibition-esque?
It's preseason football. I mean, that's what this is. They allow for extra substitutions. So for those of you who watch the World Cup and they said they only get 5 substitutions, they get like 20. And by the second half, they bring in the academy players and they'll bring in the B team. But the difference with Arsenal is there's players who are literally on holiday because of the World Cup. You know, guys that played into the final rounds of the World Cup, those guys are literally just being sent home, and they're not coming for another 3 weeks. They're going to miss regular season games, and you know how my feeling about that is.
I know. Well, and I know how much you love FIFA, so I'm going to go right there because
let's do it.
There are 2 things going on in the FIFA world. One is apparently, and boy, this is shocking to me, Seth. FIFA apparently promised a bunch of North American World Cup cities a bunch of money if they hosted games for infrastructure and things of the like. And to my knowledge, they didn't, they're not giving them the money, and the cities are now raising their hands saying, hello, I want my cash.
Yeah. Oh, well, you know, FIFA being FIFA. This is par for the course. It's literally like just making a deal, and it's almost like if you called Infantino's office and you can say, "Oh, you don't like our arrangement? Well, maybe you don't like it even more." And it just sounds like a bad thing. I saw a GIF. Is that what it is? GIF?
Yeah.
I saw something
whatever
on Twitter. Yeah, yesterday. Pictures of Furio from The Sopranos. It's just. I mean, it is FIFA. It's what they are. The bigger thing, and I'm not trying to steal your thunder, but the vote of no confidence on Infantino. Like, just get this clown out of here. The funny part is the guy he replaced is a gentleman named Sepp Blatter, who is in jail.
Like, Seth, I'm with you. No, I started with the little one. I wanted to build with the big one because your point is there. Sepp Blatter was a thief, was a crook, was accepting bribes from anybody that would give him money. I'll take it. And he might have been better than this guy.
I know. This guy might be worse. It's uncanny how much.
Okay. My understanding, though, is if they kick this guy out, they obviously have to replace him with someone. And then, in theory, won't they replace him with someone who will do what they all want him to do, which is essentially cut me my damn check?
I mean, theoretically, theoretically you'd have that, but my attitude is that you can't say that you can't find somebody guilty for future crimes. You have to find them guilty for the current crimes. And this guy has outdone himself. There are levels for this loser. Ever since he came in, what he has tried to do and what he is going to try. Remember, FIFA is a non-profit. That's the best part about this. FIFA is a non-profit. It's just like the Boys and Girls Club.
Well, or the bowl games throughout I mean, I know this is a bigger entity worldwide, but so's the Sugar Bowl, and their top executives getting like $750 a year. So we're not immune to 503Cs in this country as well, Seth. I mean, it's if you want to cheat, apparently you start a charitable business. I don't know. I mean, it's awful. It's absolutely awful.
You can't write this. I mean, there's a Netflix documentary about the bladder corruption, and it's all about FIFA. And you learn about all the history of FIFA since they started, and now they're going to have to come up with the sequel. It's the Electric Boogaloo. They'll make a new documentary about this current.
and
That's funny.
And Seth, I mean, obviously, all right, what David said in theory is true, but they're 0 for their last 2. Yeah. So how could anyone have any faith? Because the PGA Tour is a not-for-profit. They just opened a profitable arm of that business. So it is amazing how certain organizations get away with this, but this is international. And at least, with things in our country, you would hope at some point there's a check and balance system that would stop corruption, even though it doesn't always happen. But with FIFA, where are the guardrails, Seth?
Well, that's just it. There are none. I mean, there are. It's absolutely rudderless. And the podcast this week that I have is a British reporter who grew up an Arsenal fan. So we had her on the podcast, and what she was saying is you're putting us in a situation where UEFA, which is the organization that runs the European wing of the international teams, they're not the bastion of morality, and they've come out and they're going on the high ground against Infantino, and he said the people in Africa must be laughing at them. So it's funny. It's a cluster of a tournament. And next time they do it, just do it far away from here.
Ooh. Now, see there, I mean, even though these cities are still waiting for their money, I have trouble with that because I think there were so many positives from the World Cup being here. I mean, the way that Europeans and people from Australia and people from Asia view the United States now. Because what they knew of the United States was media, and apparently all we did was shoot one another. They came here and they go back saying, wow, it was wonderful. The people were great.
The Australian guys at Buc-ee's.
Right. And I mean, ranch dressing has never sold so much. I mean, that's the negative to me, but I'm an anti-ranch dressing guy.
Yeah, me too.
When do you, we've got the next 2 World Cups. We've got a TV deal coming that's going to be obviously outrageously expensive.
Exorbitant.
Who do you think they're going to, because FIFA is corrupt, are they just taking the most money, or do you think the combination of ratings and money play a part here, Seth?
Well, from what I've heard is the 38. So the next World Cup that doesn't have an assignment is 2038. So the talk is could the United States get that one? Your guess is as good as mine. I mean, that's predicting the future. Let's see what the future of FIFA is. Let's see who's running it. Let's see, what the relationship is. What's the situation in the United States at this point? I mean, to me, that's planning the future. I don't know. If you're watching
how
on
are they even going to
this Twitch stream is fantastic. I'm having so much fun.
Are you? Good. I'm glad. Now, Seth, we've talked baseball with you for years.
Sure.
And I am just curious because we all are in agreement that they are going to have a lockout. that
Oh, yeah.
baseball is not being played. I put the over-under at Mother's Day, and I don't know which way I'd go there. I mean, I don't know if there will be baseball on Memorial Day next year.
Yeah.
But Manfred wants a cap. We all know that the owners are far apart on that. We know the players are dead set against it.
Yeah.
Seth, as much as I'd like to see a cap in baseball and a floor and all those things, because I think it's better for the sport, how do you, if you're Manfred, if you're the owners that want a cap, what's your argument that you need one? Because we just went into a trade deadline and you've got all but like 3 or 4 American League teams that are legitimately in a playoff race and all but 3 or 4 National League teams that are legitimately in a playoff race. If I'm the union, I'm like, tell me how this isn't working for competitive balance.
Yeah. The interesting part about the competitiveness is the extra playoff round has helped that a lot. If you take that extra playoff round out, that's a different thing. The Skubal thing was interesting. Baseball reporters losing their minds when Skubal went to the Dodgers, and I guess he pitched okay. It was late last night.
He did.
Yeah, he was okay. The interesting part about it will be, the Dodgers aren't guaranteed anything. You can win the division by 120 games. You're not guaranteed anything in that crapshoot of a postseason. So, I mean, there's no guarantee. And, what the pundits will say is last year, the Blue Jays were within 2 outs of beating the Dodgers. So, and they were a mid-level market team. It was very funny. I went on WPIX Monday night, Channel 11, and they asked me all baseball questions. and I was, you'll see, because I'll be putting it on social media. I had to answer all these different things. The best tweet that I saw when the Dodgers acquired Skubal was that the Dodgers had found Thanos and got the Infinity Stones and went back in time and recruited Don Drysdale and Sandy Koufax.
Yes.
And they're going to join their rotation too. That's the content I'm hearing.
Chip Passon said the Dodgers are now the Avengers.
Yeah. Good.
But here's my thing though, Seth. All right, to me, this is 2 totally different arguments. I don't know why the baseball beat writers are freaking out. That was a trade. The Dodgers were competing with 28 other teams. And even if only 6 of them wanted in on it for what you have to give up, okay, the fact of the matter is they paid the price. The Rays could have paid it. The Brewers could have paid it. And they all said, nope, we're cashing out. So why does that make the Dodgers the bad guy?
Because the Dodgers can go in and sign him, whereas the other teams were going to.
No. That's November. That's February. That's June. No. People are freaking out because he ended up with the Dodgers. Hey, this was CC Sabathia all over again. Okay? The Dodgers paid the price. There was once upon a time the Brewers paid the price. And 20 years later, with arguably their best team since they went to the World Series, they wouldn't pay the price for Skubal.
Well, the idea, the Dodgers won the last 2 World Series. Can they come back and can they win a third straight title? I mean, we'll see. And then the other thing I saw was that what they gave up wasn't an absolute ton.
No, they didn't. That's the problem. If you're, I have Detroit. I'm from Michigan, so I have Detroit fans that text me like, "How do you not get a top 20 player? You don't get their best prospect. You get a guy that's been, with 2 Tommy John surgeries or whatever it was." So, but no one else was giving anything up. So,
yeah,
I think Detroit personally, I think they waited too long. I think if they wanted to do this, they should have done it a month prior. I understand the reasons they didn't, but if you're going to move them, once they got to that point, they looked like the desperate ones. Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice. What are we doing this week, Seth?
So it's Sports with Friends, and it's a young lady named Natasha Henry. She's a journalist in England for a bunch of different outlets, and she also grew up a long time Arsenal fan. And we talk about the impact of the championship. It's funny. The last time on Sports with Friends, we did the Knicks championship. So now we're doing the Arsenal championship, and what the impact was on the community, what their role in the community is. We talk about their following, their global following compared to, American teams. There's a lot of American references. We talk a little bit about hydration breaks and a little bit about FIFA, but she was bored with FIFA. But it's a really fun podcast. It's the first time I'm doing an Arsenal podcast on Sports with Friends.
I'm curious, and when you get the numbers, I'm very curious to see if this tracks in the UK. Like, you have your audience, you have those that have downloaded, and you do very well with the podcast. Do you anticipate this one doing better, particularly in the UK?
Well, that was the idea of the show. Is you try to do a different sport every week because you try to get it so somebody so a basketball fan will look at the Nick episode and find it, and then find other episodes in the podcast. So the idea was to do something like this. It's a little off the beaten path. I have done soccer podcasts before, and they've done okay. So we'll see how it goes.
He's Seth Everett, Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice podcast, joining us on Miller and Moulton. Pat Kirwan from NFL Training Camp next.
Fantasy football season is here, and there's only one place to get the edge. Join Miller and Moulton for the Fantasy Football Summit with Dr. Roto at Shoeless Joe's Sports Cafe, Tuesday, August 11th, 7 p.m. Get championship-winning draft strategies, sleeper picks, busts to avoid, and answers to all your fantasy questions from one of the nation's top experts, Dr. Roto. Whether you're playing for bragging rights or big money, don't draft without this event. Tuesday, August 11th, the Fantasy Football Summit at Shoeless Joe's with Dr. Roto. Sign up, Miller and Moulton. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Core-Tech and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with McWilliams Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move, from pricing your home to negotiating the best deal. I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Good morning, Pat.
Good morning, fellas. How are you?
Doing good. How you doing?
Hey, you know what I'm in the middle of? I'm in Detroit this morning.
Oh, you're in Detroit. I didn't know if you were in Detroit or Pittsburgh. I had a feeling you were going Pittsburgh.
I am in Pittsburgh. I'm in Detroit, and going over to the building, and as soon as I'm done with you guys at 8:30, and they have canceled practice today, and I think there's some medical stuff. Too many guys banged around. They played practice hard. I was in New England, and right after that, Buffalo, which was great to go to those two back-to-back since they're going to be in a back-to-back battle for this title of the division.
Right.
Those two teams, basically, I don't see any rookies breaking into the starting lineup at either one. They're healthy. Yesterday in Buffalo, they were going live for an hour and a half, knocking the daylights out of each other. And so they are very far ahead in Buffalo, I think, in installing and stuff. The offense didn't change. The head coach was the OC. The players are all got back to play. It's quite impressive to watch where they're at. I wouldn't play one veteran in a preseason game. They don't need it. They're getting plenty of work without it.
Yeah, I heard my daughter had a skin thing, so I had to run her down to the doctor. So I caught a good bit of you yesterday. I shouldn't say all of it. You were in the middle of interviewing Josh when I turned it on, which was a really good interview. I enjoyed the hell out of that.
He was really funny. First off, he zings the coach all the time.
That was, that was hysterical.
Yeah. Joe, Brady said to me, he goes, he always called me Joe. Now he goes, hi, Coach Brady. He zings him like that. He plays golf with Brandon Bean. They're a two-man team. And, he calls him GM Brandon.
It is, so my kid was in North Carolina, that little family thing, and he's playing golf, and the Georgia quarterback and the OC and the OCs. And I don't know if the two Bobo kids work at Georgia, but he goes, I said Gunnar Stockton on the golf course with Bobo. It's like, what a different world we're in, where the college guys now out teeing it up with the OC. It's like, wow.
Yeah.
NIL is a beautiful thing.
Hey, and they have the money to buy.
Right.
I got lunch, Coach.
Exactly. And I think the OC is like, why don't you pick up lunch?
Yeah, since you're making twice what I'm making.
All right, David, you got us?
I saw him a minute ago.
David, do you have us? Can't hear you, David.
He went off the screen. It's kind of
no. I know he's having technical problems. I told him to hook up with his phone. I don't know if he's on his computer or his phone. I don't know what he's doing. So, are you on?
Anyway.
I've got you on the phone, David, but I'm not here.
Oops, something happened there.
I don't know. Are you there, David?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Oh, good.
I've only got you through the phone. I don't have you through your phone. I was hoping you'd use the audio from StreamYard, but that's fine. This will work.
Well,
No, it's fine. It's fine.
trying to.
Just keep it the way it is.
We hear you. That's good enough. You never see me. Lord. Cleveland tomorrow, and then Pittsburgh, and then off to Baltimore.
He's in Detroit now. We'll go through this again. 10 seconds.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
We're halfway home on this hump day, and that means Pat Kirwan. I know he's usually not on hump day, but he's on the road. And in fact, I don't even know where he is. Mark knows where he is. Where are you?
Hi, I'm in Detroit. Just finished up New England and Buffalo, which is fun to see the two teams that are going to fight for that division title. Very impressive in a sense of I don't think either team is going to have a rookie break into the lineup at any time soon. They're veteran-oriented, to say the least. New England was balanced on offense and physical, and they are interested in becoming a better run team. And I say that with a commitment to heavy personnel groups and the things that people want to do now. It seems to me more and more teams are moving back towards that. Both teams had two fullbacks in camp. David. So that should tell you all you need to know about attitude and what they're doing. Up in Buffalo, there's really no chance, I think, for a rookie to break into the starting lineup. And they are so far ahead on their install. They had live practice yesterday, full pads and hitting and everything else. And there were 6 fights during practice. So they don't need preseason games. They just need to calm it down a little bit and be ready for the opener. But very impressive to see the two teams. My opinion of New England went up a little bit, where I thought, man, they're not going to win it again in division, but they got enough to do it. And they took the fullback from Buffalo because that guy was a big problem they had last year when they lost to Buffalo late in the season. So they went and simply got the guy that caused the problems. So it's it'll be a hell of a battle.
All right, talk to me about the Patriots offensive line, because it was exposed late in the season, and yes, there were injuries. What did you gather from camp offensively about this team? Because I think if they can protect Drake May, that I could be dead wrong about the Patriots missing the playoffs. So what did you see? Because I think their defense is good. I worry about that O-line. What did you see there? What did you hear about that offensive line?
Yeah, I'll start on the right side of the line. Moses still has plenty of gas left to play, and they have Caleb Lemieux, their first-round pick, right behind them. And he's in the process of learning how to play, but Moses will be the guy. And Michael Winter, who is the guard, he's terrific. And I watched a lot of Jared Wilson, their center, who played guard for them last year, and have always believed he was a center. We slide to the left side, and that's where the questions are, Mark. First off, the left guard is Ali Vera Tucker, who has a medical history at the Jets, right? When he was healthy, he was a terrific player, but medical history. So you wonder if he can hold up. And then there's Will Campbell, who had all the problems. You know, it was quickly stated to all of us that Will had played with an injury. But he doesn't look to me like he still has the short arms, and he's still going to have issues that he's going to have to deal with. And they've put that kid Crown over there, 6th-round pick, over behind him. And the more I watched him, the more I think as time goes on, he might battle Will Campbell if Will doesn't improve. So left side, question mark, right side, solid as a rock.
Do you really believe it's because he's got short arms? And why is it he could block these guys on Saturdays, but now he's having trouble on Sundays?
Because the guys on Sundays are better. And there's a lot of big guys, long arms.
Not necessarily better than what he went up against. I mean, he played in the SEC and started for 4 years.
I know. He's a nice kid. And I thought he was struggling with how he was practicing when I was there. And he's good friends with Jake Hester, obviously the LSU connection. And he wasn't even in a good mood to talk. So he's battling. They really don't have a competition set up for him yet, but they're working on Crown over to find his way into a battle with him. So that's where I see it. Campbell needs to play better. He's healthy now, and he needs to play better at practice.
Okay. Obviously, you know, the left tackle, kind of an important position on an offensive line, but with the addition of A.J. Brown, what's this? I mean, this offense, you know, I like Stevenson. I like Henderson. I like their running back pair. But now they've got a threat on the outside. How much does this, I know it changes their offense, but how much will it help their offense?
Well, he's going to set a lot of coverages, Mark. He was a very good interview for us. He sat down, he was very relaxed, not the personality trait that's reported all the time. Really excited to be there. He understands what he is. They like to put him on the single receiver side and see if they can tilt coverage to him. When they don't tilt the coverage to him, they will be throwing to him. He's got 2 traits that were obvious at practice. Number 1, in the red zone, Drake May throws the ball right over his head. He up high, and you know, Dan Marino said it all the time. Guys like that are always open right over their head. So he caught a couple of red zone touchdowns with balls thrown high. And in the open field, he runs off coverage. And that opens up a lot of other things and a lot of other people that get opened up because of Mac Hollins had a big day. They really like Williams to do more than he did. Boot Booty is sitting there. He was a good player for them, but he's sitting there as really, it looks to me like they're getting ready to trade him. And I think they get, with the injuries, you look at Carolina, for example, they got so many injuries in the receiver room. You probably could get something for him. I think they're waiting for confirmation that they like Douglas, that they love Williams, and that even that kid Chisholm, which the quarterback brought up to me as a guy he likes to throw to. I think they could get to the point of comfort about maybe moving Booty. So we'll stay on top of that as the summer comes to an end and we see what people need to do.
Can I go back to the Bills for a second?
Yeah.
Was Joe Brady encouraging the fighting? Was he just looking the other way? Why is this so different than a McDermott camp?
Well, it was the first day in pads, and it was a long winter of not hitting anybody. And they've got a couple of young tyrants that are on defense trying to make a statement about themselves. And the kid Caleb Elam's Orr, he was in 2 or 3 of the fights. And he's very physical. They even let him wear the green dot. This is a rookie. Dorian Williams and those guys are just coming back a little slower. So I think the young guys are being encouraged. Make a statement. Who are you? Do you really think you can contribute this year? And he's one of them. I talked to Cole Bishop about it. He had a big smile on his face. They want to set the tone that it's not just an offensive crowd and that they can play defense. They really need, David, 2 young guys, last year rookies, to step up, and actually need 3 of them. Landon Jackson's back; he looked phenomenal. TJ Sanders, you better be a better run defender, and the big Walker kid in the middle. So that's where, if I was focusing on scouting them, I'd be on top of those 3 young defensive linemen to see if they can deliver. But the fighting, it'll calm down now. But it was wild to see 6 of them. I don't think I'll see 6 at the rest of the camps.
Probably not. And offensively, Pat, I happened to hear some of your interviews yesterday, some of your talk about Buffalo, and I want you to explain when you talked briefly about Buffalo and you said how far along their install package is. Just dive into that for us, because I want our audience to hear what that means to you, what you saw that you don't see from every team at this point in training camp.
Yeah, well, I was up close and personal at practice. They rarely, and I mean maybe once or twice in the whole practice, Mark, blew the whistle to start the play over because they were in the wrong formation or they lined up in the wrong spot. That's the first thing. The second thing is that they have a lot of motions and a lot of wide trades and a lot of things, and they were always on their landmarks. When you notice a team is doing that, like, okay, on this play, slow the motion down at the tackle. The next play, get out to the inside hip of the X receiver. They were always on it. And when I talked to Josh about it, he said, yeah, we're way past that. They get audible. They were up changing plays. They were pretty far along on stuff that sometimes it takes all summer. I'll never forget Belichick telling me when he was trying to win with Mac Jones, they installed the whole month of September. We talked about, the 3 of us talked about that. That is not where Buffalo is. They are on. It looked like a regular season practice before a game.
Well, offensively, quite frankly, what can they do differently? I mean, is there really anything on that side of the ball holding them back from winning a Super Bowl? I mean, do you think they lost the Broncos game because of the offense? I mean, I know Josh had a few turnovers, but I mean, they're basically 30 a game.
Yeah, well, they're happy DJ Moore's there. Brady was with DJ Moore before in Carolina, so he knows exactly what he traded for. I talked to Moore for a while. He's very happy to be there. They're loaded. They're 6 deep at the receiver. Their backups are Keon Coleman, McCole Hardman, and Skylar Bell. So they're in fine shape. They got plenty of weapons. I asked Josh to stop running as much as he does. You asked a question there, David, and the only question I have is, would you take some of the risk out of it for you? Because without you, we're going nowhere. He just laughed, and he carries on. They're good in one battle in the offensive line, though. That's interesting to watch. And it's really Corbett, the old veteran, is battling and winning the job at left guard over Alec Anderson, who's their backup to every position on the offensive line. My suspicion is they'll play the veteran at guard, and Anderson will do what he always does, back up all the positions, plus play the big, heavy tight end. So I think they got it made. They know what they got, barring injuries. They're going to be in pretty good shape up front. And sooner or later, but not early, Jude Bowery, the BC kid that they took in the 4th round, well, he'll be a rotational player. He can play guard and tackle.
He's Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio's Moving the Chain, CBS Sports, the NFL Today Show. He is on his training camp tour, New England and Buffalo done. He is in Detroit today. Moves on, Cleveland and Pittsburgh coming after that? Is that what you said, Pat?
Cleveland, it's the AFC North. Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Baltimore. Day after day after day.
Lots to find out in all of those places. We will gear down on what he's looking for today in Detroit when we come back. The Lions, I've got a lot of questions about both sides of the ball. They're revamping an offensive line. Their defense has to prove that it can play. We know they can score points. And the running back, well, he's going to get paid next because Bijan got paid yesterday. Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio's Moving the Chain, CBS Sports, the NFL Today Show. A reminder, our Fantasy Football Summit, Tuesday night at the DoubleTree in the Bell Tower Shop. Sign up, millerandmoulton.com.
The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000 depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
David, did the StreamYard not work? Because now you're back. Okay. All right. I'm going to try to hang up the phone call, David, and see if your mic works now. David, can you hear me and can you talk, please? I don't know what's going on.
He just switched. There he is.
Yeah, I don't need the picture. I just need the voice. And he's gone again. He's having a lot of technical issues this morning. I don't know what to do. It's just been no fun, but whatever.
Hang in there, David, wherever you are. I am looking forward to today with Detroit.
Yeah, David, can you hear? Can you speak, please?
Hello.
Yeah, we got you.
We got you. Great. Oh.
Yeah, I'm fascinated by. You going to get Aaron Rodgers? Is he going to bash everything he did on ESPN with you guys too? Does he come on with you or no?
We had him at the Jets when he was healthy that year. We had him for like a half hour. Last year we sat on a bench and just talked to him off air. Who knows what he's going to do?
Right.
He knows that I'm not going to ask him anything about all the crap he's been saying, but
right.
If he feels like talking about it, and I'll say it to him, we're just going to talk about your football team. You're going to tell us, what you like about the offense.
Here's my question. David asked, like, if you were a network, would you hire him? And my first question would be to him, does he like football? And I'm not being a jerk when I say that. He's a good football player. He's a great football player. Does he like football enough to be someone who could be on the panel? Because I don't think he's an analyst. I don't think he's a, color analyst. I think he's a panel guy. Does he like the sport enough to even do that, in your opinion? Or is that way down on his list?
I asked him that last year, and he said, I don't really want to do television. Now, he's quirky enough to change his mind.
But Tomlin said the same thing. Tomlin's going to do it this year, and then he's going to get a job, and Aaron's going to ask him, pick his brain, and say, should I do this? And Tom tell him it's stealing $10 million a year.
Yeah. And I don't think CBS would hire him. I can speak.
Yeah, I think Amazon's where if that's who I would. I'm Amazon or Netflix would be my picks. But
he's not going to want to travel to a city every weekend. That's not him. But those guys
he's going to retire 6 games. I mean, if he retires in California, Fox ain't far away.
Yeah, I'm only guessing that he would not want to be tied down to every weekend.
Oh, got it.
But, you give him a little 6-game schedule on holidays, Netflix or those guys, I think he'd love it. And I think there's networks that would love the loose cannon part of him. Well, while we're on that, I don't know. Do you think Greg Olson's going to come to us next year? He's going to be allowed to. And
do you
Tony
think,
Romo, bye-bye.
Do you think they're really going to bring JJ up, but only for a year? I mean, that's Burson's guy. He picked him personally.
I would think that if they can get out from under the Romo deal.
And they will.
Yeah, but they will in September. I mean, he's done.
No, yeah, Watt'll do it for a year, but I think if they can get their hands on Greg Olson, they'd do it.
Well, they'll be competing with Amazon because Al and Herbstreit are both up. And the word is Ian's going to be the play-by-play. And, he makes analysts sound good.
I like Ian a lot, but Greg Olson to me is their kind of guy. And
all right, here we go.
When they feel like paying, they do pay. When they feel like it.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Kirwan. And
Well, the technical glitches continue because David's mic's now glitching as we've rehooked up with him countless times this morning. So I don't know what to do there, but he doesn't know that that's happening. So all I can do is mute his mic for a moment and let him know that you're glitching all over the place for whatever reason, and I can't seem to figure it out. Pat Kirwan joins us, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. NFL Radio's moving the chain. CBS Sports, the NFL Today Show. And Pat joins us courtesy of Pinchers with locations from Tampa to Key West. Pinchers, where you cannot fake fresh. All right, you're in Detroit today, Pat.
Yes.
First things first, we all know Gibbs is getting paid. Does he get as much as Bijan Robinson?
Yes, and probably a little more. Same agent. They know the market now. They understand how it's going to work. And the cosmetic, $1 more kind of thing is what it is. look, I look at these things as what they really are, 5-year deals, but there's 2 years, both of them are stuck with the same thing. Low number this year and a tag number next year. And then you get 3 years on top of that. So they'll all say it's worth 22, 23, 20, all that stuff. But when you pare it down to what the 5-year deal is, what I said 2 weeks ago, I think on this show too, I thought it'd come in at around 17 for a 5-year average. And it's kind of be like that. But David was right when he said, look, give him $20 million and stop worrying. And they're all going to advertise that it's more than that even. So good for the running backs. This is the thing that drives me nuts, Mark. I hear this all the time. If he was a free agent on the open market, he'd get 25 easy. I know, but he's not a free agent on the open market, and he wouldn't be for the next 4 years. And that's what people do. They like to skip that part. There's a contract for 26. There's a contract for 27. There's 2 franchise tags. Now, with the running back, Mark, wouldn't you feel good about giving a guy a 4-year, that 4 years and not worrying about him after that? That's how guys get nervous about running backs. But I'll ask you this question. If we're going to use the logic, which is illogical, that if he was on the open market, what if Tom Brady was on the open market back in the heyday of the Patriots? Would he be making 80 million? Yeah, he would be. So these guys that keep saying, if Gibbs was on the open market, he'd make 25 easy. Yeah, he's not on the open market, and the club controls it.
Are you sure he gets more than Bijan?
Usually it happens that way. David, you've been around this a long time.
I know, but I mean, if you ask 32 GMs who's better, I think Bijan would get more votes.
He might, but if you look at their production, they're pretty close, and you could almost argue that in certain categories that the kid does a better job. So I don't know. If I'm the agent has both of them, and he's going to end up getting a guy $1 more. And look, I'm going to Detroit all day today. I'm talking to Dan Campbell at 9:30 this morning. They got injuries there. They got a lot of things they're doing. Today's practice was canceled. They're having a walkthrough. That tells me they can't afford to bang up any more guys. So go ahead, Mark.
Oh, no, I mean, you're right. Already a depleted secondary with the arrest there. You've got Branch and Joseph that are already banged up and on the PUP list to start the camp. You've got now, and that's the defensive side. And I know defense has been their problem for the past 2 years. It's prevented them from making the playoffs a year ago. It prevented them from winning in the playoffs 2 years ago. So, Pat, even though that said, the offensive line isn't what it was. Now you're breaking in a new tackle on the right side. Penei Sewell's moving to the left side. You've brought in a free agent center. You have a guard that's a second-year player in Radledge. I mean, this line was the best line in the league 3 years ago. It's basically 80% new now because I don't want to hear that Sewell's the same guy. I hope he is, but he's going to the left side. It's a new position. I mean, Pat, you got a quarterback that stands still back there. He's a good quarterback. The receivers are good. The running back's great. Tight end's good. Love the skill guys. But, Pat, if you can't block for Goff, you're in trouble.
Yeah, absolutely would be. Now, they are fortifying the backup of the line with a bunch of veterans in case that they have to switch people out. Mahogany's going to be fine. Sewell's great. I get it. The center's a nice battle going on with the 2 guys, 2 veterans. Tate Rutledge, I'm going to talk about him very early today and see how he's doing. But it's going to be Blake Miller, probably. I don't think Larry Borum, although if Blake's struggling, they'll put Borum in there. It's not the same line, but this happens to a lot of teams. It's hard. Frank Ragnow retires. Right before he retired, their starting guard left. They would have signed him if they thought Frank was retiring. So it happens. It happens to everybody. And you got to start to alter your offense. Maybe Gibbs, the receiver, on the fast pass is going to be part of it. Get the ball out of the quarterback's hands faster. I'm going to spend a lot of time with those guys today and talking about what they're doing. But, yeah, that's who they are. But they're in a division that has their own issues too. So we'll see how much of it they can recover from. with what they do. And when you start paying Gibbs, you better have a guy behind him if you're going to wear him out. With Montgomery gone, you're going to have to ask Pacheco to be a 10-touch-a-game guy. If you remember, who was it? The kid down in New Orleans. They lost one of their backs for like 6 months. He had a suspension or something, and they tried to let that one kid do it. And no, Gibbs needs to not be worn down in the first part of the year. This is a speed player, so we'll see where they go. They're good at tight end. Laporte is back. Tesla's fine. Jameson Williams, Amon St. Brown, they can still throw the ball, but you might have to be blocking. I don't like that they don't have a fullback here, someone that could pick up the lineman's block who got missed. I was at 2 teams the last 2 days. Both teams had 2 fullbacks each, and they were really instrumental in the pass blocking stuff.
Yeah, my first question for Brad Holmes would be, how in the hell do you let Jadeveon Clowney end up in Houston? They don't need him and you do. How does this happen?
Yeah, well, you pay him is what you do, but he said he left a lot of money on the table to go there. I bet you Cleveland offered him more money than Houston. Yeah, not good.
And Pat, you mentioned Pacheco. Look, Montgomery was a basher. Pacheco's a similar guy to Gibbs, a poor man's Gibbs, maybe. I mean, they don't have the meat and potato guys, if you know what I mean, in the running back room now, do they?
Well, I do like Pacheco more than you do as a thumper. I mean,
okay.
He will give you more of that than you think. So I'm okay with that. The question is, you can get addicted to Gibbs with all the things he does. And he lines up in the slot. He lines up as the X. He lines up in the backfield. You start scheming around him because he's your best player in the backfield and maybe even in the passing game if you use him the right way. You can find yourself wearing him out. So we'll see how that goes. Today is going to tell me a lot because Dan Campbell will be very open to me, and we've had great conversations about that. Brad Holmes, I hope I can keep him for as long as I have all the questions I have written down about things that have to come from him. But they were very aggressive. This is more like Buffalo when it comes to building up the back end of your roster. You go look at how many veterans they're going to keep as the backups, and it's almost 14. That's a pretty serious number.
30 seconds. Whose roster right now, early August, do you like better, New England or Buffalo?
Buffalo. And it's because of Josh. And, Josh is extremely talented. The other kid is still a little bit shaky in the pocket. He's going to be a very good player, Drake May. But I'll take Buffalo's roster at this point.
He's Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio's Moving the Chain, CBS Sports, the NFL Today Show, joining us from the Motor City today as his training camp tour continues when he leaves Detroit, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, and Baltimore. We'll catch up with Pat again on Friday. Enjoy your day in Detroit. If you get a chance, get a Coney dog, Pat.
I'll report back to you if they've been downgraded or upgraded.
There you have it. Pat Kirwan. We'll talk the Texans with John Harris next. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Fantasy football season is here, and there's only one place to get the edge. Join Miller and Moulton for the Fantasy Football Summit with Dr. Roto at Shoeless Joe's Sports Cafe, Tuesday, August 11th, 7 p.m. Get championship-winning draft strategies, sleeper picks, busts to avoid, and answers to all your fantasy questions from one of the nation's top experts, Dr. Roto. Whether you're playing for bragging rights or big money, don't draft without this event. Tuesday, August 11th, the Fantasy Football Summit at Shoeless Joe's with Dr. Roto. Sign up, Miller and Moulton.com.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
The
sound.
Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home? With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
In ambient, I would argue with you, quarterbacks win championships. They do. I think there was a time that defenses did. I don't think that league exists anymore. Mm. But most people do think that Denver has the best roster in the league. It's on Bo Nix now. And if they're hosting, if they get the one and they're hosting Buffalo, that's a huge advantage. Because I think both those teams are winning their respective divisions. Now, if Kansas City's back and the Chargers are good, do you think Denver can get a one, even with the best roster? I don't know if they can. Exactly. But I mean, little things like I think Denver gets a break because they get Kansas City week one. I don't know if Mahomes is going to be playing. That's an advantage. But they play the West and the East. So that means you get Miami and the Jets. Those are 2 wins. So, we'll see. John, you got us?
Yeah,
All right,
correct.
perfect. I never trust it until I hear a voice. You know how that goes.
I hear you. Oh, yeah. Know that feeling.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Just checked in with Pat Kirwan, who today was at Lions camp. He was at Bills camp yesterday. We'll continue on with previewing the National Football League and wrap up the AFC South. John Harris joins us now on Miller and Moulton. John Harris, Texans Radio Network, and works on Sports Radio 610 in Houston. You can follow him on X at J Harris Football, at J Harris Football, the letter J Harris Football. John, Mark, and David this morning. How are you, sir?
Doing well, boys. Ready to go out in the 95 plus to get ready for practice. So it's a fun thing, but day off tomorrow, and we'll be playing a preseason game, which will all the more exciting these rookies and young guys can do in week one.
Well, obviously the preseason, the games I know, they mean nothing. The only thing that counts this time of year are injuries, but expectations are very high for this football team. I think we think their defense is the best roster in the league. Offensively, the questions at quarterback, but they've added a lot around him. Talk to me about the Texans offense, what you're seeing in the early part of this training camp. We just had Pat Kirwan on, and he said, man, the Bills, their offense is executing like it's the season. When you look at the Texans offense, how much work still needs to be done between now and week one?
Work to be done, but this unit is night and day different from where it was this time. Last year at this time, we're going through training. We kind of give side eyes to one another. Does this offense even can get out of the gate? Like, are they going to be able to walk and chew gum? And I think the games were an indication last year. The offense was struggling and really struggling. Then we went to week 4 last year and played Tennessee. We had 6, through the third quarter. And finally, the dam broke a little in that game in the fourth quarter. They started getting Jaden Higgins. That'll be a key name this year. Woody Marks, who will be a key this year, he kind of broke through. So the rookies started making plays, and they started getting a little bit more comfortable, but watching them this year in training camp, it's different. C.J. Stroud is in complete and total command, throwing the ball exceptionally well in training camp, which is really, really good to see. Confidence hasn't been shaken by what happened in New England. But you still got to prove it. But it's the same Caley, offensive coordinator, who has a England background, but he's trying to make this the Texans. So it's got elements of New England. It's got elements of Sean McVay's offense with the Rams, and it's starting to come together. When personnel gets better, things can come together a little bit quicker. Wyatt Teller being added, Braden Smith, those guys right now, and it shows. The tight ends are all healthy at this point. I think we lost 2 tight ends on back-to-back days. Going to play a role. And for this offense last year, personnel is better. There's more cohesion. Is picking things up really well. And the addition coming at running back, I don't think that can be, emphasized how much that's going to mean for this offense, because he can run inside game. He can bounce outside. He's got great contact balance. And then it puts Woody Marks really to be. So this offense is light years. The term I've used, it's the term they've used. It's the term they've used. How different this offense is from last year. And if that remains the case, it's going to be a really difficult team to beat, because
J.D. Clowney gets added to this defense. Caden McDonald, Ohio State. The run stuffer gets added to Reed Blankenship from the Eagles gets added to this defense. So the best has got better. And now there's an offense, and maybe not match it 100%, but at least step in the ring and spar with one another during training camp. And you walk and go, yeah, it was pretty even today. Last year, it was Muhammad Ali fighting me. This year, it's a little bit more in those sparring matches in practice. And it's been good to see number 7 at quarterback really make plays him made back when he was a rookie.
Well, and that's the key, obviously, to this team. C.J. Stroud's going to take him as far as they can go. But I thought the point that you made very quickly, I want to focus in on. Last year, they expected more of the running back position. They got nothing. So David Montgomery comes in. He was, a 15-touch guy in Detroit. He's going to take a lot more workload. The one thing I will say about a guy who's been in the league a little bit, because of the way he was used in Detroit, I think there's a lot of legs there. And if they get what they expected last year at the running back position out of David Montgomery, man, that makes C.J. Stroud's job a hell of a lot easier.
Yeah, it's the one thing that, and obviously it was sort of polarizing. I shouldn't say sort of. It was very polarizing this summer in Houston. I mean, I'd be in our local grocery store walking. I was looking to get sour cream, and a guy stopped me and was like, I'd give CJ 4 games, and then I'd go to Davis Mills. And it was like that everywhere. There are people that, live and die by. There's some that just no. But his supporters, obviously I'm one of them, like, hey, give him a run game. I mean, think about what we had last. Now, look, the Joe Mixon thing got really weird.
Yes, it did.
And I know some of the background on this, and it was when people realize or find out what really happened in that situation. I thought, oh, okay. But it didn't help that we didn't have Joe Mixon. So now all of a sudden we move into the number 1 spot. And Nick Chubb, who we love Nick. He was great to us on the radio crew. But Nick didn't have what he's coming off major, injuries. But he did, we didn't need decent. We needed, more than that. And David Montgomery gives us more than that. Now, he touches. I actually think that's probably about what it'll be with Montgomery, because you do have Woody Marks. But by slotting Woody, maybe not a 2 spot, but kind of a 1A to 1B sort of thing, I think Woody's going to be featured more receiver. He's a hell of a pass protector. And so I think you've got the running backs kind of you want them, which is going to help CJ in every facet. I mean, the run game, obviously, also in the receiving game, Woody's an excellent receiver out of the backfield. He's one of the best receivers to come out of college football a couple of years ago, but last year, because they didn't have really a complimentary back, kind of carry the load as a runner, and we couldn't use him as a receiver. Well, now with David Montgomery there, opportunity to use Woody on third downs a little bit more, to use him in the pass game a little bit. And I think Woody and David are going to do a nice, it's not what fantasy owners want, but I do think there's going to be, David Montgomery is your number 1 back, but Woody is not that far behind. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they do in the run game and how that helps CJ Stroud going forward.
John Harris, J. Harris Football is how you follow him on X, joining us here on Miller and Moulton. He is at Texans training camp. I'm having a little glitch with his thing, so I'm trying to hook up here, and hopefully that will work, and John can hear us just fine, and we can hear him as well, because it was popping in and out, and that's on me, not on John, gang. All right, the receivers. Nico Collins back. Where are we at with Tank Dell? What's the receiver room look like? Because it was so banged up. As much as C.J. Stroud got blamed, it was hard when you looked at what was going on with the receiver room.
Yeah, especially so we got that Patriots playoff game, because we played on a Monday night. And because we played on a Monday night in the first game, Nico Collins had a concussion in the third quarter. And we had to turn around in such a short period of time, he was not able to play. So we're in that game. And then Dalton Schultz, who was tremendous at tight end for us, he goes down after a long catch and run on the first or second drive of the game. So he's out for the majority of the game, if not almost the entire game. So we're throwing to guys that, a couple of rookies are out there. Jaden Higgins, Jalen Knoll. Xavier Hutchinson has now got to really kind of step up and be the number 2 receiver. with Nico healthy, and Nico is one of the top 7 receivers in the league. I mean, he's tremendous. He's such a great catch and run guy. But to me, the key is South Florida resident Jaden Higgins and what Jaden Higgins is able to do this year. His second year, the talent's been there. I mean, the speed is just unbelievable. And he's got great length. He's got tremendous body control. And he's been kind of one of the unsung stars of camp. He doesn't say a whole lot. He doesn't kind of pound his chest. Hey, everybody look at me. He just steps up and makes plays. He made one yesterday on a back shoulder ball down in the red zone against Derek Stingley Jr. It was like, well, he's come a long way. And he was really good as a rookie the second half of the year. People missed a lot of that. So I think Jade Higgins is going to be key to this offense. Now, where are we with Tank? The $64 million question, nobody knows. It was such a gruesome injury that he had against the Chiefs back in 2024. I mean, he tore everything. I mean, everything. It took him, I think, 5 months before they could even address the torn ACL that he had. So he's itching to come back. He wants to be back. I mean, he wants to be back badly. But they're kind of pulling the reins back. He's been out to practice. He can do walkthroughs. He can do certain things. He can go in practice, the walkthroughs, and go about 65, 70%. He thinks he's ready. But everybody's like, all right. And they all want to see. I mean, this city, I have never seen a player in the city of Houston. J.J. Watt, Deshaun Watts, any of them. You think about all the great players that come to Houston. I've never seen a fan base more infatuated with a player than I have with Tank Dell. It's incredible. And so Tank's also CJ's best friend, and he's his best friend on the field. And so if Tank gets on the field, CJ is going to look him up. It's just a matter of when that happens. And we hope it happens in the next week or two, that we can see Tank start to take some full speed reps and then be ready to go for the start of the season. But at this point, nobody's really banking on it because we feel like he's there, but they're being very cautious with him. But if he's healthy, and Jalen Noel is healthy, right now he's not. He had something happen to his finger, so he's missed the first week of practice. But if those two guys are healthy with what you have with Nico Collins and Jaden Higgins, I think you can do some things. And then Xavier Hutchinson is the perfect universal remote, can play every receiver position, play special teams, has made some big plays for this team. He's the perfect number 3 or 4 guy on this roster. And they've got the talent. It's just a matter of, can Tank come back? Can Jalen Noel get himself back healthy? And does Jaden Higgins take that next step, which he's showing in camp that he is definitely ready to take, so he can be on the same level eventually as Nico Collins?
I know you've got to run to camp. Yes or no question, and I'll let you go. Can the Houston Texans be the 1 seed in the AFC this year?
Yes. They stay healthy. This is the best team I've ever seen here in Houston, guys. Not even close. It is the most talented team. I think it's one of the top 3 most talented teams. It comes down to in the playoffs. And, of course, you got to get there. But like I said, are they the number 1 seed? Yeah, they can be that. They've got a gauntlet in December to go through, late December, going to Philly and Green Bay back-to-back weeks. It's going to be tough. But if any Houston team could do it and it's never happened, this is the one, because this team is ultra-talented. It's well-coached. And I think that game against New England left a really bad taste in their mouth. They don't want to get back in that situation. So I think they want to be and feel like they need to be the 1 seed to play a divisional playoff round game here, which would be massive because this is very, very difficult to beat this team in the playoffs here in this building.
John, thanks so much. Enjoy the rest of camp.
Gentlemen, appreciate it. Thank you very much.
John Harris, Jay Harris Football on X, joining us from Texans training camp. I gave him a yes or no question because he told me he had to be done at 8:50, and he still carried on. God bless him. I love him for that. I'm looking at the Texans schedule, and David, I know you had a couple hookups there, but as I look, and I know it's tough late, but man, oh man, when I look at who they're playing, I'm like, they're better than a lot of these teams. They can be a 1 seed. What happens with the Jags? I don't know. What happens with Indy? I don't know. But, man, this team's loaded. And if C.J. Stroud can play at all, David, this is a really good football team.
Well, it's funny you brought that up because, to me, they're going to have a better record than whoever wins the West.
Right.
Okay? And I think they're going to have a better record than whoever wins the North. So now are we nailing the number 1 seed down to Buffalo, New England, or Houston? And that's if you think, like, I don't think the Jags put 13 up on the board again. I don't. I don't think the Colts can take 8-2 and finish it like they were trying to do last year before Jones got hurt. All right. I think the West is going to be improved. And also their schedules, I think, are tougher. So I don't think that Denver's going to win as many games. But Mark, Houston won 12 last year. All right. 11.5 right now for the Texans over under. I know.
Man, that's. I mean, you should go under,
Yep.
but I could see them getting 12. I'll tell you this, David. The first 4 ain't easy. They open with Buffalo and Cincinnati at home. Then they go to Indianapolis, and then they host Dallas. Now, I have no idea what the flipping Bengals are going to be this year. But that Bills game, we talk about this all the time, David. Could the Bills game, week 1, determine who the 1 seed is when we get to the end of the calendar year? I think it's a distinct possibility. I really do.
I mean,
Miller and Moulton.
Not much riding on it. The 1 seed and home field.
Exactly. The Pro Hour on the other side. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with McWilliams Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move, from pricing your home to negotiating the best deal. I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table.
The Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. Fantasy football season is here, and there's only one place to get the edge. Join Miller and Moulton for the Fantasy Football Summit with Dr. Roto at Shoeless Joe's Sports Cafe, Tuesday, August 11th, 7 p.m. Get championship-winning draft strategies, sleeper picks, busts to avoid, and answers to all your fantasy questions from one of the nation's top experts, Dr. Roto. Whether you're playing for bragging rights or big money, don't draft without this event. Tuesday, August 11th, the Fantasy Football Summit at Shoeless Joe's with Dr. Roto. Sign up, MillerandMoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, you're here.
Gotcha. The other thing that threw me off at the beginning of that, before the beginning, I was trying to talk and I wasn't being heard. So I figured, uh-oh.
Well, I don't think if you're not on screen, I can't hear you. So you never added yourself to the screen. So I can't hear you unless you're like when you're down below, I can't hear anything.
Gotcha.
That's always been the case. So it's got to be, you've got to be up on the screen. That's why people in queue, you don't want, I mean, obviously you can't, when they're next, you don't want them coming over the air.
Right.
Like, I think the Texans are better than every team in the AFC North. Every team. Like, I flat out do. And they play that whole division. And they host Baltimore and Cincinnati. I don't think you could draw that up any better, personally. Oh, Empire, really? So you think no one from the NFC North is in that race? Ooh. Wow. Okay. I mean, new OC in Philadelphia. No receivers. Look, I like the Eagles, but I don't think that roster is as good as it was a year ago. Fair enough, and I think that's a very fair statement. Number one Dell fan, I agree with the statement wholeheartedly. I we'll see, Empire. You don't have a legit number one receiver. You don't. That's not addition by subtraction to me. We'll see. And I think the division got better.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Pro Hour, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Thanks for joining us. If you miss any of the show, millerandmoulton.com or anywhere that you download your podcast, obviously, to catch what you may have missed. Lively show today. We had Seth Everett in the 7 o'clock hour, and I've called it the Great Eight for a while. Today was one of those days. Back-to-back segments with Pat Kirwan, talking Patriots, Bills, and Lions. He's been to New England and Buffalo in the last couple of days and is in Detroit today. And then John Harris, and nobody covers the Texans quite as well as John Harris to give us a breakdown on that team. A lot of discussion in the chat room during the break about the Texans. People, I got a text on the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line, David, of someone saying, wow, I don't see but 8-9 wins for this team. And I think that they're a team that can contend not only for the division, but possibly the 1 seed. Like, I think their roster
is better than anything in the AFC North. Do you think that's out of bounds?
Oh, no. No, not at all. Here's the thing also. I believe, because they've done it 3 years in a row, and you can argue they've actually gotten better 3 years in a row, even though last year they were a wild card, but they were a 12-win wild card. I don't think they won 12 games in the 2 years before that. So we're talking about a team that's won double-digit games 3 years in a row. We're talking about a team who has a part of it that is elite. And Mark, one of the Houston Texans, they've had a breakout player. J.J. Watt was a problem. But the rest of the team wasn't. Okay, early on, they had that tailback. Yeah, but come the playoffs, they didn't have then they had Andre Johnson and nobody else. They could always take their best player away. That defense, my $20, name a better defense in the NFL than the Texans.
Well, I think Denver's close. I think they're in the same area code, but better. I have trouble saying that, but I think I think they're 1 and 1A. I do. And by the way, if Donald comes back to the Rams, I'm fascinated by that defense, but for another day. But yeah, I mean, and the Eagles have a really good defense, but to sit there and say right now there's a better defense than the Houston Texans, that's tough to say. And that's, the Patriots have a good defense. I mean, there are some good defensive football teams out there, but I'm with you. And, to me, do you look at, because we know this is just a proven fact. 5 teams that made the playoffs last year are not going to make it this year. This goes back like 30 plus years. It's been 4 like twice, but most years it's 5 or 6. So if you just say 5, and I think a lot of people are going to pick the Steelers. I think some people may pick the Jags. You may look at whether it's the Bears or the Packers from the North, and certainly Carolina. I mean, do you see, I want to know, like the texter said 8-9 wins. That means the Texans don't go to the playoffs. David, if I were to bet on a team that I think for sure is going back to the playoffs, Houston's on my list.
Well, if Houston, let's just give them 9. Okay, the top 3 teams in that division last year won 13, 12, and 8. That's 33 wins. If Houston's only getting 9, where are the other 24 coming? And if you go, well, the division's not going to be as good. Okay, the Colts ended the year with a 7-game losing streak. And they're getting their key players back healthy to start the year. I mean, how much worse are they going to be? So then what? The Jaguars, is 9 going to win the division? Is Houston or Indy going to win Indy or Jacksonville going to win it with 10? And I just don't see it. I don't. To me, Mark, this is a problem with the helmet. They've never gone to its conference championship game. Okay, they've won 1 road playoff game. They may be good enough to win that division. They may be good enough to win a playoff game. But they don't even seriously contend, Mark, in the divisional round. Their losses in the second round, they've gotten their butts kicked. Double digits every time.
And the game C.J. Stroud played against New England is one of the worst games we've ever seen a quarterback play in the playoffs. It just is. It's like, what was it, with Nathan Peterman or whatever, the game he played when he started? I mean, it was that bad. And this was a playoff game. I mean, he didn't just play bad. He stunk up the joint. It was awful.
Mark, at halftime, I said to Aikman, do you have to talk about taking him out? And he kind of looked at me and I go, you going to defend that performance? It's the playoffs. that defense can win a Super Bowl. Are you sure they wouldn't be better off with Davis Mills? Are we sure? Do we need to go through these possessions and talk them out? Okay, I said it to him again late third quarter. I'm like, this is the worst playoff performance I've ever seen by a quarterback in person. Why are we keeping him in the game?
But okay, so there were, my goodness, every team that qualified for the playoffs was a double-digit win team in the AFC last year. The
Right.
worst record of a playoff team was the North champ and the Pittsburgh Steelers, who won 10. Think about that.
I think part of it is because teams that normally win more games didn't. Baltimore did. Kansas City didn't. So teams were able to pick up wins in the AFC that normally they wouldn't pick up. But yes.
All right. Chiefs, Bengals, Ravens, all under 500. 0, 1, 2, 3 of those teams 500 or better this year. We're only asking, obviously with the Bengals and the Chiefs, that's 3 more victories to go to 6-9. For the Ravens, it's 1. How many of those teams, in your estimation, first off, just improve their win totals, and secondly, take their win totals to being an above 500 team?
All of them improve their win totals. 2 of the 3, okay, improve it to where I think they make the playoffs.
Okay. All right. I mean, I think it's hard to bet against Patrick Mahomes, but man, do you trust the Kansas City roster? And is Mahomes there week 1?
I think so. Listen, you can't, if Monday Night Football is Denver against Justin Fields and the Kansas City Chiefs, okay, I don't think the network puts that game on prime time if they don't have a pretty good reassurance he's going to be under center. Remember, it's a TV show.
No, I understand, and I know their expectations are that he's going to play. I don't know how much of Patrick Mahomes we get. I think this is a huge advantage for the Denver Broncos to play the Chiefs week 1. I really do.
I agree, especially if you're going to play them on the road, play them when they're most vulnerable. Yes, absolutely.
So how many, the Chargers, 11 wins.
Yeah.
Are they the same, better, or worse than they? I mean, think about how banged up that offensive line was last year, and they still managed to get to 11 wins.
It's the big Herbert year. It's a very big Stroud, Herbert.
Well, and to me, Lawrence, because Lawrence has got the weapons, David. He does. Their receivers, that's a good receiver core. It is.
It is.
Like, I mean, it's certainly in the top half of the league. You could argue it might be a little better than that.
But Justin Herbert never won a playoff game and is considered without question a top 10 talent at the position in the game. Some think he's even in the next category above. And then obviously CJ Stroud, who, yeah, they need improved run game production from the O-line and from the running backs. But they don't need much. Not with that defense.
So I'm with you. And I mean, the Patriots won 14. What does that go down to? And
11. Much, much more difficult schedule. They could be better than last year, Mark, and win 11 or 12.
I worry about that offensive line, but I do like, I like the addition of Brown, obviously. I wonder, because Houston's so elite, David, did Houston expose anything with New England with what they did to them? Or is that just a matter that nobody can really emulate what the Texans were able to do? And I know they didn't win the game, but they were dominant defensively. I mean, CJ Stroud screwed that up as much as anything else. But was there anything that exposed them between the last 3 games that they played? Because offensively, they weren't really good in any of them. They were bad in the Houston game. They were bad in the Super Bowl. Or is that just because, I mean, the Rams, you said it earlier this week, David, it's not like the Rams had any trouble scoring against Seattle.
No. And all 4 of the teams that New England faced in the playoffs, I thought completely exposed the offense. The Chargers, what did New England score, like 16? Something like that? Okay. The Houston final score was skewed because with 5 turnovers, you end up scoring points that you otherwise wouldn't have scored. Okay. They scored 10 in Denver, and then shut out till the 4th quarter in the Super Bowl. But then again, you could argue those are 4 of the top 6 defenses in the league.
Right. So did they expose them, or was it just a matter that they played elite defenses and now A.J. Brown can take some pressure off the top? We'll see. But you're right, a tougher schedule. I'm just trying to figure out who my 5 teams are that are going to miss the playoffs that made it last year. Yeah, Carolina's an easy one. After that, start trying to figure things out. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000.
This is Miller and Moulton.
By the way, I will fully admit it. Yep, I blocked the troll. I can't do it anymore. I can't take someone attacking me the whole show. I'm not going to allow it for anybody. If someone just wants to come here and attack, I'm not going to do it anymore. So it's on me. If you wondered who did it, I did it. I fully admit it. If he wants to make it a minor league hockey story because I'm talking about a Hall of Fame goaltender, quite frankly, he can go pound sand. I don't know if he's had drinks with Tony Esposito, but I did. And it wasn't really anything about minor league hockey. It was about Tony Esposito, but neither here nor there. Sonny dead. I'm done. I borrowed him from the room, and I don't feel guilty about it at all. I said I wouldn't do it. I've changed my mind. No, I'm not giving him hell. I'm just not going to put up with it anymore. I'm not going to put you guys want to tell me I'm wrong and challenge me and give me facts. I mean, like Tim earlier was like, you missed Musine on 35s. Yes, I did. I had drinks with Gordie Howe, Paula, when I was 17. They brought him into my town to raise money for the hockey association. And I think I've told the story on air before, but yes, I did. I was 17. I was in high school, and they had a benefit where Gordie Howe was brought in to raise money for the Greater Saginaw Amateur Hockey Association, whatever that is. And they had a cocktail party it was actually at my uncle's restaurant. It was like $100 a ticket for this private cocktail party. Well, my buddy's dad was affluent and his friends are affluent. So he sold a bunch of tickets because his kids both played hockey, and he sold, I don't know, 10, 15 tickets, made his buddies all buy them. And the guys didn't want to go. They just donated the money. And he gave the tickets to our high school hockey team. And so we went, and we're in this private room. It was actually my uncle's restaurant. And where it was the Treasure Island was the name of the restaurant. We're in like the Buccaneer Club, it was called. And I looked, I'll never forget it. Dave Heinen, he graduated with me in high school. He was a senior. We were both seniors. And I had a Coke, and I looked at Dave, and he had a different drink in his hand. Like he had a Coke, but it wasn't a Coke. It had a different straw, and it was a rocks glass. And I looked at him, and he smiled. And I went, really? And he went, yep. And so I walked up to the bar and said, I'll have a Jack and Coke. And about 3 or 4 of us caught on that they weren't questioning us being old enough. And I was 17 years old at my uncle's restaurant, by the way. Drinking age was 21, obviously. And Gordie wanted nothing to do with any of the adults in the room. Could not have cared less. He saw a bunch of kids that played hockey. He wanted to talk to us. We didn't go try to get Gordie's ear. Gordie came, God's honest truth, Gordie came to us, and he loved talking hockey. That's all the man knew. And we had a circle around him with all of our players, and he was asking us, he interviewed us. He was asking us what position we played, how our team was, things like that. And I probably spent a half hour knocking down Jack and Cokes talking with Gordie Howe. It was awesome. Absolutely awesome. It was lucky. I don't know about impressive, Empire. It was lucky.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
1 minute at Miller and Moulton, MillerandMoulton.com, Miller on X. As we technologically stagger home a little bit today. Gonna have to get this figured out. Equipment hasn't been touched all week. Worked the first 2 days of the week. My equipment didn't work today. Got my microphones all plugged in. The computer's saying, your microphone's not plugged in. I'm like, okay. So we'll do some investigating.
Well, I am curious. I want to investigate this, David. You and I have had a long-standing agreement that preseason polls suck, but we know they're never going away.
Right.
when you went through the top 10 teams, and I'll even go as far as the top 12 because Texas Tech is 12. Who, in your estimation, is the most overrated team of the preseason top 12? For those that don't know, it's Buckeyes, Oregon, Georgia, Texas, Notre Dame. There's your top 5. Indiana, Miami, A&M, Oklahoma, Ole Miss, 6 through 10. Alabama, Texas Tech, 11 and 12. Who would you say is the most overrated?
A&M? Actually, no. Ole Miss.
I think A&M. And I know both A&M and Ole Miss have the quarterback. I like Ole Miss's quarterbacks better. And I know Ole Miss was, lost a lot to the portal. I think both are good answers, by the way. But A&M lost a lot of guys on that line of scrimmage, both sides of the line of scrimmage, to the NFL. Now, look at A&M restocks with a lot of money. And Ole Miss has 2 early games that could put them out of the top 10 quickly.
Oh, yeah. I mean, do you think 1 and 2, yes or no, Ole Miss after 3 games?
I think it's possible. I do think it's possible. I mean, they better win that first game, the neutral site game with Louisville. That's a monster for both teams.
By the way, Louisville not ranked. All right. The 3 ACC teams ranked: Miami, SMU, Clemson, for what it's worth.
And by the way, I think that right there, David, is the biggest indicator of why these polls are a mess. Do you really think Clemson right now is a top 25 team in the country?
Well, Clemson doesn't. I mean, they don't. And nobody this offseason that I've read who covers the ACC thinks that Clemson's the top 3 team in the league. We'll find out early. What do they have? LSU week 1, 9.5-point dog.
Now, I think Clemson's got from an ACC standpoint, they've got a pretty easy schedule. It shouldn't be, but Florida State sucks. But they open with LSU. And they got a Georgia Southern game they'll win. They play North Carolina. Now, what's interesting is they go to Cal week 4, David, Clemson does. Bud Elliott thinks Cal's better. So traveling across the country, but they only play Miami, and in conference, Virginia Tech and Duke. They don't have to play SMU. They don't have to play Louisville. They don't have to play Pitt. They don't have to play Virginia. They don't play NC State. So maybe the ranking, even though I don't buy it, will end up being closer to true than not because they don't play what are supposed to be the top teams in the ACC, not named Miami. So what? They lose to Miami. They can win most of the rest of their conference games.
So do you think it's possible? Well, of course it's possible. Do you think it's over 50% likely that Clemson takes advantage of the schedule, loses to the 2 teams they'll be underdogs against, LSU and Miami, and posts the 10-2?
No, I don't, because I don't think they're good enough. I just don't. I think between, Cal, Virginia Tech, Florida State, Duke, and quite frankly, South Carolina at the end of the year. South Carolina is better than they are right now.
I also think you mentioned a team that James Franklin, by people who pay attention to this sport, had a really good offseason.
He did.
A lot of people joking about he won the portal. Now, in part because he brought in a lot more kids than, say, other elite programs did. But, James Franklin can coach. James Franklin can recruit. It's the ACC. If they threw an 8-4 up on the board, would that really surprise you?
And David, you know who he doesn't play this year?
Ohio State. I mean, I know he doesn't say it out loud, but isn't there part of you that thinks James Franklin wakes up every morning and, as Jim Mandich said, puts that Bic razor to his face and looks in the mirror and says, I don't have to play the Buckeyes this year? I mean, that's, as far as good news for James Franklin, not knowing every day that you wake up, the Buckeyes aren't on the schedule. That's a beautiful thing.
I mean, I think a nice little prop bet is better record. Tech, Penn State.
Ooh, that's a great prop bet.
I don't think Tech would beat them straight up, but you take the schedules into effect and all that. I might throw the shekels on the Hokies, who have a quarterback.
I will say this though, Tech has a reasonably, and I don't even say they've got a difficult ACC schedule. Okay. They play a Big Ten team. They go to Maryland. That's a toss-up game. That'll be interesting. But they play Pitt. Pitt's supposed to be pretty good this year. I don't say really good, but they're supposed to be pretty good. They play at Cal. Bud Elliott's higher on Cal than anybody else. He's not saying ACC championship. He just thinks that they're a more competitive team this year.
Well,
they play at Clemson, at SMU, at Miami, and they host Virginia, who's not bad. So Tech's got a spicy schedule, David. For an ACC team, you could argue they have the toughest ACC schedule. Insert joke here.
And I know you keep bringing up Cal, but hey, we've already seen it. Cal and Stanford got wins last year. It's 3,000 miles. Okay. We've all traveled coast to coast. How do you feel when you land in the next 12 hours? I mean, they're just human. It's 3,000 miles.
For the record, Indiana looks at Penn State's non-conference schedule and snickers. It's Marshall, Temple, and Buffalo. Their Big Ten schedule, 3 games that I look at that I can pencil in losses. USC, which is a home game, at Michigan, at Washington. Every other game is not only winnable, but they should win. Now, Minnesota's a formidable opponent. Maryland we'll see at the end of the year. But, I mean, Penn State should be favored in 9 of the 12 games they play, David.
Well, they'd be thrilled with 9-3 and going bowling looking for double digits after last year, which is funny because if James Franklin did it, okay, they'd be talking about firing him and he can't win the big game.
Absolutely. But I mean, look at that. It's tough not to see 9 for the Nittany Lions. They're going to have to screw it up to not get 9. That means losing at home to Minnesota. That means losing on the road to Maryland. They might be thrilled, but they lose one of those 2 games. Matt Campbell, welcome to Penn State, because things will change in a hurry. Today was the day when the good, the bad, and the ugly, and what's on tap. That's how we finish it off here. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
The
sound.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000 depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I don't think the Canes play. Do they play Louisville regular season, guys? If they do, that's on me. I didn't think they, for some reason, I didn't think they did. But look, I've been wrong several times just today. So what the hell else is new? Yeah, they don't play Louisville in the regular season. I mean, they've got, they got Pitt at home. I mean, they're at Clemson. Okay. But I don't think Clemson's that good. That's just me. They host Vatech. They host Pitt. I mean, they're at Wake Forest. No, they don't have SMU either. They don't play either. They don't play either of the teams that they lost to last year, guys. So I mean, look at Miami's going to be favored in every game they play with the exception of at Notre Dame. I don't think it's interesting, but if you remember when I had Mike Solarte on a couple of weeks ago, Mike thinks Wake Forest is going to be pretty good. When I brought up NC, Duke, and NC State, he's like, don't sleep on Wake Forest. So they're at Wake Forest. It's a Friday night. I got to see what Penn State's over-under is now. Now I'm interested. Now that's got since my future bets in baseball both suck. Yeah, 9.5 for Penn State.
I go under.
Sorry, David. I had you muted. You were beeping and dragging things, and it was just killing me. So I just unmuted you.
Two things. Baseball over under. I took Red Sox over. And boy, how bad could that have looked up until a month ago?
Yeah, I took Tigers over, and I took the Phillies to win the division. They are both losers. That's just all there is to it.
And I would go under on Penn State.
Miami's 10.5. I might go over on the Canes. I think they win 11 regular season games. I do. Vatech 6.5. Very, very interesting. Plus money on Texas Tech just making the playoff. That's fascinating. Plus money, plus 325 on Oklahoma. I know they have a tough schedule. I could argue Oklahoma's the third best team in the SEC.
After Texas and Georgia?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, are we sure the kid from Arizona State's going to be that good for LSU? Are we sure? Now, Oklahoma's got a son of a gun for a schedule. More than I trust. What is it, Levitt at LSU? But Oklahoma's got a tough schedule. Tough. All right, here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes. We're done. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Bill Steele, 8 a.m. Eastern tomorrow for a half an hour. We go right through the commercial break. We'll do it off air. So if you're Twitch, YouTube, we keep with the questions. So
yes, we do. I've got a lot of over-under questions to ask Phil because I just had 14 during that commercial break.
So Phil Steele, 8 o'clock tomorrow. And then, let's see, we're done with the AFC South. What division you want us to move on tomorrow?
AFC East. Got to get the 3 Florida teams done. We started with the NFC South. We transitioned to the AFC South and now the AFC East. Although we had a hell of a preview today on the Bills and Pats from Pat Kirwan, who's already been at both training camps. He's at the Detroit training camp today. Pat will join us on Friday. By then, he will have seen Detroit. He will have seen Cleveland. And I believe, did he say Pittsburgh's after that or Baltimore? One or the other. So he's doing Pittsburgh and Baltimore after Cleveland. So Pat Kirwan on Friday, again from training camp. Phil Steele tomorrow at 8 a.m.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
All right. Let's get the computer to work. Wow. I mean, this is a technological nightmare today, for crying out loud. I'm just having a day. All right. Got to use the actual, the buttons instead of the mouse. All right. President Lincoln today in 1861. He did it. The first federal income tax. Strapped for cash because of the Civil War. Lincoln and Congress agree to impose a 3% tax on annual incomes over $800. 1884, the cornerstone of the Statue of Liberty is laid. 1914, the first electric traffic light installed in the United States. It was in Cleveland, Ohio. KDKA in Pittsburgh had the first radio broadcast of a Major League Baseball game today in 1921. The Pirates beat the Phillies. David Moulton on the call for KDKA. Now, It was Harold Arlen was the first play-by-play broadcaster. I just throw that in every once in a while to make sure David's paying attention. 1953, From Here to Eternity, released. Did a little bit for this guy named Sinatra. American Bandstand premieres on network TV on ABC today in 57. 1962, Marilyn Monroe found dead in her home in Los Angeles. Empty bottle of pills. Overdose, death, probable suicide ruled by the LA police.
And that's another death that a whole lot of people don't believe.
Yeah, how could you?
mean, not that she died. Everybody believed that, but just the method
Right.
she died.
I was glad you said it, because as I'm reading this yesterday, I'm going, really? Really? We believe it's suicide? Because I don't. 66, the Beatles released Revolver. I don't know if it's their best album. Probably my favorite. Today in 73, the Atlanta Braves had their first no-hitter in franchise history. Phil Niekro had the knuckleball working, 9-0 over the Padres. We mentioned this a couple days ago. The air traffic controllers went on strike, and Reagan said, if you don't come back to work, I'm firing you. Well, today in 81, he made good. They played chicken. He didn't blink. He fired 11,000 air traffic controllers. I would argue this was one of the bigger movies of my youth. Today in 83, Tom Cruise became a star. Risky Business opened in theaters. That was a biggie for me. Right as I was entering high school, we were all into that movie. And it led to a lot of parties being thrown. Mom and Dad are leaving. Let's throw a party.
I was a month away from college. So needless to say, we saw that movie a couple times before we went off to try to become an adult.
Sometimes you just got to say, what the heck, David?
Mm-hmm.
1984, Edwin Moses wins the 400-meter gold medal at the LA Games. It was his 105th consecutive race victory. It's one of those records that, because we don't talk about track and field anymore, it doesn't matter to most people. It is one of the great records in sports. I mean, I'd put it up there with DiMaggio's hitting streak, if you know what I mean. I really would. He didn't lose for like years.
Oh, yeah. Because didn't the streak get to like 140?
Something like that.
Yeah.
It's astonishing.
And track and field is so big in this country in the 70s, 80s, into the very early 90s because of Carl Lewis won medals in 92. You had the gymnasts. Okay.
Well, right. Track and field was big, though, because we were winning the 100.
Right.
You know, and that the world's fastest man was a big deal. 86, Steve Carlton becomes the second to get to 4,000 strikeouts. Today in 1999, Mark McGwire hit his 500th home run. 06, Warren Moon inducted into the Hall of Fame, the first black quarterback to be inducted. It's actually a big deal. By the way, this class has your guy, Aikman, Madden, Warren Moon, Rayfield Wright, Harry Carson, Reggie White. That's a pretty good class.
Arguably, it wasn't LT, right? It was Reggie White.
Reggie White.
But so, there are those who say if it wasn't LT, it was Reggie White, who was the greatest defensive player of all time.
That's pretty good class. That's all I'm saying. That's
right.
I mean, they usually are. It is the Pro Football Hall of Fame, after all.
This one was special because Madden got in as a coach, and it meant the world to him. He thought he had been forgotten as a coach. Got to 100 wins faster than anybody else, had the best winning percentage of anybody else when he retired. Meant a lot to him.
Today in 07, Tom Glavine, the 23rd to get to 300. Did so as a Met and did so against the Cubs at Wrigley.
And that'll be your last one, ladies and gentlemen, right there. So remember the number. How many 300-game winners in baseball? 23.
And in 2012, we had Usain Bolt set the record that he had set in 08, going 9.63 in the 100 at the London Olympics. And in 2013, A-Rod suspended 211 games for the biogenesis scandal. Neil Armstrong, Herb Brooks, Roman Gabriel, Lonnie Anderson, Rick Derringer, Rock and Roll Hoochie Coo, and Adam Yauch from the Beastie Boys would have all celebrated birthdays. I put this name would never normally make the list, David, but I couldn't help it because I liked him as a player. Bernie Carbo, 79. I had a lot of Bernie Carbo baseball cards. That's all I'm telling you.
Well, 75 World Series was enough to make you like Bernie Carbo.
Maureen McCormick, Marsha. She's 70. Let's see here. Pat Smear from the Foo Fighters is 65. Patrick Ewing, 64. Carl Crawford is 45. Patrick Reed, 36. Singer, rocker, I don't know what you want to call him. Youngblood, he's good, 29. And Anthony Edwards, the Ant-Man's 25 years old today. What did I miss, David?
Well, first off, when you said Youngblood, I thought we were talking Rob Lowe or the young in there.
I got you. I got you.
Gibbs there. You know, so I'm just impressed you went elsewhere. I don't have anything.
All right, fair enough.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
I will say, though, Mark, for an honorable mention, Houdini 100 years ago today was underwater for 91 minutes before he escaped from an underwater coffin.
Yeah, that in and of itself is
How do you practice that?
it's a good point.
I mean, at what point does the spotter get concerned and feel like they need to jump in?
For the good today, we go to Miami, where he's done more than you have. I'm just saying. Nathan Thomas became the youngest male professor ever in the world for a college. He's not even 19. Colin McLaurin was 19 when he became a professor in the 18th century. He began teaching engineering to students the same age as him at Miami-Dade College. He was 10 when he enrolled in college. He graduated and got his master's before his 18th birthday. He's now working on his Juris Doctorate from the University of Miami Law School. Okay. For the bad, we'll stay in South Florida. We'll stay in the Miami area, Hollywood, where the Class Soiree Steakhouse now has a new dining engagement on the first Monday of every month. It's a naked dinner.
Excuse me?
You heard me. Not the servers, the patrons. They are trying for at least 20 people for a naked dining experience. Now it's $250 for men, $150 for women, and $300 for couples. Is there any reason on this earth that we want to see people eating naked? Finally, the ugly. All three of these in Florida. Let's go to St. Pete in the Shizo Crispy, where Haley Serble was being escorted out of the bar restaurant at 1 a.m. She was being escorted out for having sex in the bathroom of the restaurant.
Wow.
While being escorted out, she amped it up by spitting in the face of the manager.
For goodness sakes.
It's a trifecta for the 19-year-old because she has 2 pending felony criminal cases already working against her. One for auto burglary and being an accessory after the fact to an aggressive assault with a firearm, and another arrest for criminal mischief. Should look to be spending her 20th birthday in jail. And that's the good, the bad, and the ugly. Brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Hiring new officers, great pay, benefits, overtime, all kinds of good things. CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com.
4 afternoon baseball games. Toronto, Houston at 2:10. Dodgers, Cubs at Wrigley. Little matinee, 2:20 Eastern. Giants, Rangers at 2:35. But the Rays are getting out of Colorado early. Little 3 o'clock matinee. Rays minus 155. Going for the sweep in Colorado. Martinez for the Rays. And the Rockies, good pitcher. Sugano, who's 111. Martinez for the Rays, his ERA is 2.77. The Rockies guy with 11 wins is 4.5.
Fantasy football season is here, and there's only one place to get the edge. Join Miller and Moulton for the Fantasy Football Summit with Dr. Roto at Shoeless Joe's Sports Cafe, Tuesday, August 11th, 7 p.m. Get championship-winning draft strategies, sleeper picks, busts to avoid, and answers to all your fantasy questions from one of the nation's top experts, Dr. Roto. Whether you're playing for bragging rights or big money, don't draft without this event. Tuesday, August 11th, the Fantasy Football Summit at Shoeless Joe's with Dr. Roto. Sign up, Miller and Moulton. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, are.John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
The
sound.
Floormeisters just doesn't sell Core-Tech and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real. If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton